Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you, man?
Hey, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too. I ain't seen you in a while. You got a little more gray hair than the last time I saw you.
Oh, you heard me. You heard me.
You look well. I got more wrinkles than you do. That's for darn sure.
Tommy, I tell you what, man. You're a good man. I don't care what Andy Alboy says about you.
Yeah, well, Andy's not right all the time, although most of the time I found he is.
Hey, don't let that word get out.
Thomas, Jonathan's put on a little bit more weight since you saw him last too.
I can't tell from this angle.
Hey, Jonathan, Roger McCleary.
Oh, I can't. I don't have everybody that's on here. Roger McCleary.
How are you?
Is that Roger McCleary from Houston?
It is.
Only you would be wearing a mask, right?
No, I'm not wearing a mask.
Oh, you're not? I don't have everybody up on the
You have to click on that arrow that's on the top right. It'll slide over and show some of the other boxes.
This is technology, Jonathan. You might need to get an IT person in there.
Well, I see all these people's names, but I don't see anybody. I don't have all the pictures. So what can I say?
Excuse me.
Roger, I don't have a case with you this morning, do I?
No, I'm here on another matter.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. I didn't need to know if I needed to run for the hills or what.
Poor me. How's your world spinning?
Well, I'd like to be in a deer blind right now.
I understand.
No.
Your family doing well?
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, we're doing great. Actually, Karen is went out to see John, our oldest son, out in Ozona. She went out there yesterday, going to spend a couple of days out with him and his wife at the ranch. And me, I'm just a poor working stiff. I got to be here.
Got to pay the bills.
I'm just defending truth, justice, American way, pal.
You and me both. Well, I sure hope we have the opportunity to get together again soon. We, MK and I really enjoyed the time.
Oh, yeah. It was awesome. We had an awesome time. Oh, there you go. I switched over. You got a nice backdrop. You're looking good. So.
Very kind of you to say. I use this to hide my messy office.
Well, I'm sort of trying to stay out of trouble as much as I can today. So
good luck.
Okay.
seem to have a lot more people here than would be needed for the dockets that I have. Ms. Riley, I just want to verify that Judge Ellison is having his dockets also?
Yes, yes, he is, Judge. We have visiting Judge Paul Canales on that docket with
Okay.
County and LaSalle.
Okay, Judge Wilson, I have the Frio civil and criminal dockets and the Wilson civil docket. I believe that's all. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Are you able to hear me? Because I have a new headset.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, sir. You have Wilson and Frio civil, and then you have Frio criminal.
Okay. So if your case is not in Wilson or Frio County, or if it's a criminal case anywhere other than Frio County, you need to be on Judge Ellison's feed, and you can get the link for that from the coordinator's office. I'll ask Ms. Riley, if you would just post that in chat to everyone.
Okay.
And maybe we do need this many people. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. Do we have anybody here from the state?
Judge, I'm on here.
Okay. There's Ms. Carranza. Okay. All right. State versus Sunny Viesca. Sunny Viesca. No show. I'll recall. All right. Are you Sunny Viesca? If there's somebody on with your microphone unmuted with a green shirt, it says Cassandra's iPhone. What's your name?
Isaac Moreno.
All right. I'm going to mute your phone. If you're not actually speaking to me, please make sure your electronic device is muted. State versus Juan Garcia.
Judge, that was on today for a recall on the bond forfeiture. And we took care of that, I think or Friday afternoon. I know you signed off on it as well.
It's reset to 12/3.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
All right. State versus Donald Fletcher.
Your Honor, I'm here with him in court. We have a plea worked out. I think the clerk's office has paperwork and everything all signed. I'll double check on that.
All right. Thank you. Jose Hernandez.
He's supposed to be here in court too, Judge. I'll look for him.
All right. I'll mark him no show for right now. Steven Garcia.
Jail in Zavala County, Judge.
Thank you. Amber Barnett.
He's in custody in Upton County.
And Your Honor, that's going to be a plea.
Elias Salinas.
Not present in the courtroom.
No show. I'll recall. Arturo Martinez.
Not
Your
present
Honor.
in the courtroom.
Your Honor, Michael Samora here. I was informed by the coordinator's office that I had been appointed to represent Mr. Martinez in this MTR. I'm just waiting to get the paperwork on that and a copy of the MTR, and I guess I'll be needing another date on that.
Okay. And did I hear an announcement that he's present in the courtroom?
He's in custody, Your Honor.
He's in custody. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, real quick, I'm sorry. Jose Hernandez is here. Mr. Hernandez, stand up.
Thank you. I'll mark him present. My computer will cooperate. Here we go.
Arturo Martinez is also present.
Sorry?
Arturo Martinez, he's also present.
Yes, thank you. Jesse Reyes?
He's here with me, Your Honor.
Jesse Aguirre?
I believe he's in custody.
He's supposed to be in Bandera County Jail. And we
He's
do
in
have
custody in Bandera County, Your Honor.
and we have an interpreter scheduled to be here for him.
Interpreter for that case, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, is Bandera online?
Your Honor, I just spoke to them. They hadn't gotten the Zoom link. We're working on it right now, and we'll get them on as soon as we can.
Okay, there's no hurry. We've got lots to do.
Okay.
David Lee Esquivel?
He's in custody in the Valley, Your Honor. I believe this case is going to be dismissed.
Your Honor, he's not in custody in the Valley. He's in Beeville, and yes, it was dismissed by Kenny Lamb.
Okay, so previously dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Roman Frausto.
Present, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm sorry, where was he present?
He's in the Karnes County Jail.
Karnes County. Okay, custody. Thank you.
We show Robert Vargas on the case for him, Judge.
All right, we'll check on Mr. Vargas. State versus William Dollins.
In custody, Zavala County.
Okay, has he had an attorney appointed?
Yes, Judge. I'm I'm present for Mr. Dollins. I just need to confer with him briefly to get a waiver of arraignment to him. So if I could have a breakout room with him after the call of the docket.
All right, given the number of people we have today, I'm going to make Ms. Riley the host. And she'll be doing the breakout room. If you'd make me the co-host, I'd appreciate it. Ruben Ramirez.
Not present in the courtroom.
Your Honor, Mr. Lamb and I had agreed to a reset on 12/3.
Okay, and where are you located, Ms. Roberts, physically right now?
In my office.
Is there another electronic device there within earshot or audio range?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask that you work it out so that there's only one on at a time.
Will do.
Patricio Peralta.
In custody in Zavala County.
I'll confer, Judge.
Present here in Zavala.
Thank you. Arturo Martinez.
And, Your Honor, Michael Zamora, I did receive this morning the affidavit of indigence appointing me on the following case, on the 52 case. I don't know if they just want to write the 51 case on there as well. He's in custody. I think he's there.
Yes, I'm right here, Mr. Zamora.
Frio County. All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
If y'all need the order of appointment, Judge, I have it ready to go.
All right, just shoot it to me and I'll annotate it. Charles Morales.
Not present in the courtroom.
All right, Charles Morales. No show, I'll recall. All right, did somebody answer? Darren Shackelford.
He's present, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Shackelford, do you have an attorney to represent you in this case?
No, but he completed the paperwork for it.
Okay, and has that been forwarded on to anyone?
It will be, Judge.
All right, any attorneys who want to be on the appointment list today, please just shoot me an email or a text, third time lucky, chat message. Jesse Aguirre.
And Your Honor, that's fine. Same announcement, interpreter.
Brittany Pichardo.
Not present in the courtroom.
All right, I will recall. Patricio Peralta, I assume?
Conferring. Custody.
He's in Zavala County Jail, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone else who is told to be here today on a criminal case? All right, I'll release Ms. Carranza to confer and any attorneys who know civil matters in the dockets.
Judge, there's a lady holding her hand up with Upton County.
Okay, all right. Ma'am, we called your case. You may not have been on at that time, but we called your case.
Okay.
All right, in the civil dockets, Frio County, matter of the marriage of Samantha and Freddie Romero.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm on that case. That's a monitor status, also motion to reconsider
present,
and
Your Honor.
also, a motion to appoint an individual to perform the social studies, Judge.
I don't think it's set for that, Judge. It's just a monitor as far as I know.
No, sir,
President.
I gave notice to Mr. Roberts, Your Honor, on Friday that I also filed a motion to reconsider, and he
Your Honor,
likewise
we're
filed
not
the
ready on any of.
response. He filed
Okay,
the response.
I'll let you
and I'm
confer.
ready.
I'll let you confer. How long to hear all of this, Ms. Rodriguez?
An hour, Judge. I think we should be able to get it done within an hour to an hour and a half.
That motion to reconsider is not set this morning, Your Honor. We're
All right,
not ready on it.
I'm going to ask y'all to confer, and if we have to get into what's set and what's not set, I will look at the documentation,
Vanessa, will you show me in a little bit?
not just the argument.
Yes,
All right, in
thank
the
you.
interest of the Zanzao children,
That case has been passed, I believe, Your Honor. I'm involved in it.
It was dropped, Judge, and it's reset to 1/7. There's supposed to be a temporary order in the queue for you to sign.
all right. 1811-410, in the interest of YHR a child.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ron. Good morning, Your Honor. Ron Prince for John Ramos. We are present. It's a motion for enforcement of access and also temporary orders on a motion to modify.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Hosta for the respondent on the enforcement. We also have a petition to modify as well.
All right, and how long to hear all of this?
I would say it could be up to 2 hours, Judge.
And Judge, and I think for the modifications, if Mr. Prince and I can have the opportunity, I think that might be able to get resolved. It's just the enforcement.
All right, you'll have lots of opportunity to confer briefly. Ms. Riley is in charge. If you could make me the co-host, I'd appreciate it. The matter of the marriage of Tara and Isaac Moreno.
Vanessa is here. She's on lock. Vanessa.
All right, I'm going to ask everyone
both
here speaking to me to mute your electronic devices.
We're both present.
That's the Morenos.
Yes.
Okay, you're ready to proceed.
Go get Vanessa for me, please.
Yes.
All right, ma'am. I'll mark you A. You'll be the first self-represented case I take up. The matter of the marriage of Maria and Juan Garcia.
Your Honor, Miss Maria Garcia, she's present. I can bring her in the courtroom.
Okay, that's fine. Let me see what her announcement is.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. I'm Maria Garcia.
All right, and you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, I'll mark you B. You'll be the second self-represented case I take up. Matter of the marriage of Travis and Ashley Bradford. Travis and Ashley Bradford.
I'm present, sir.
I'm here.
All right, Travis Bradford is here. Is Ashley Bradford here online? All right, sir, are you ready to proceed with your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll mark you C. And I'll ask, all right. The matter of the marriage of Gerardo and Olivia Trevino. Gerardo and Olivia Trevino. Recall. Function ex parte Theresia Benson.
I'm present, sir. I'm here.
All right, and are you ready to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll mark you D. Matter of the marriage of Shelby Perez and Juan Estrada.
Your Honor, good morning. Sylvia Rodriguez on behalf of the petitioner. That is an agreed decree. Should take us 5 minutes, Judge.
Number one.
Thank you.
Matter of the marriage of Aaron and Joseph Martinez.
Good morning, Judge. Carlos Molina for the movement. I think we'll take about an hour, Judge, at the most.
And this is John Hicks for the movement. I guess potentially 15 minutes, potentially an hour, I guess.
All right, I'll mark you conferring in 60
Okay.
minutes. We have a 1 hour cap on temporary orders. The matter of the marriage of James and Christy Keller.
Your Honor, I'm present on behalf of James Keller. He's also present. We have a motion to confer with the two eldest children on file. The two eldest children are available to be able to meet with the court.
All right.
Judge, I represent Christy Keller. It's a contested custody case, temporary orders. We'll probably use all the time that we can.
Well, we have a 60-minute cap, so I'll mark you 60 minutes in conferring.
And Your Honor, I think that once the court confers with the two elder children, if we can both agree to limit our party's testimony to 15 minutes a pop, we can probably get this done.
Okay. All right. Frio add-on civil. Sandy Leal and on behalf of the deceased Efren Leal versus Ryan Garcia.
Your Honor, Locke Henry for plaintiffs. It's an ex parte temporary restraining order that we filed in conjunction with our petition on this case. And so it's an order setting a temporary injunction hearing.
All right. Is there anyone on the other side?
I don't believe so.
All right. I'll mark you number 2. And all right. Wilson County docket 2010-758 in the interest of MAH, a child. I see Mr. Ireland here.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jody Head Lopez.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Ireland.
I'm petitioner in the matter, and it was set in Bexar County. And Mr. Ireland had a motion to transfer because of venue, so we transferred it to you. So he is the one movement for today with temporary orders, but then I've also got my temporary orders from when I filed originally in Bexar County. I was going to say 2 to 3 hours, but I heard you say that temporary orders are limited to 1 hour.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a breakout room that Mr. Ireland and I could speak in?
Absolutely. If you'll get with Ms. Riley, I'm her the host so that she can do the breakout rooms. She's in charge of those.
Okay. Do I email her or call her, or how do we do that?
1, she's listening, and 2, you can send her a message in chat.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Ram 2 versus Tiffany Menard.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jonathan Cluck representing Ram 2 General Contractors. I'd ask that the court call, if possible, Ms. Menard. I don't know if she's been served.
Judge, she is on. She's under TLM iPhone.
All right. I saw that person. All right, Ms. Menard, can you unmute your phone and speak?
Yes, can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yes. All right. Okay, I'm going to rename your phone, and Ralph Menard is just signed on. Is he part of this also?
Yes, Your Honor, he's my client. Somehow I can't see Ms. Menard or the spot for her.
Okay, well, I've got 3 pages on my screen. And I just renamed her phone to Tiffany Menard, so it'll be a little easier to find. All right. So I will mark you conferring. Ms. Menard, I'm going to ask you to, you should get an invitation in just a moment to a breakout room. And that'll be something that should pop up at the bottom of your screen. What that is that's basically a private electronic conference room where you'll have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Cluck and or his client about whether we need to go ahead and have a hearing today.
Your Honor, if I may, if I may request a motion for continuance, because I was served with this on Thursday, the 19th, and I spoke with my attorney but it was not enough time for him to be able to appear with me. So I have talked to him. We've been in correspondence via email and telephone. So that's kind of where it stands.
Right, but has your attorney made an appearance in the case?
Well, I was just served with this on Thursday, but
Okay, so, yeah, so you're still talking to your attorney about hiring this individual?
well, it's my same attorney that represented me when my parents got divorced and drugged me into all this nasty stuff. So,
All right, ma'am, here's what I'm trying to figure out. If you're representing to me, absolutely, that you have an attorney, then I can't put you into a breakout room with Mr. Cluck. So have you spoken to your attorney about this, and then you've hired your attorney, you either have a handshake deal or you've gone in and scratched out a check and made a payment and you've absolutely positively hired an attorney, or have you just spoke to your attorney and your attorney said, well, I can't be there?
I have spoken to him. He has sent me the agreement along with the amount for the retainer. And like I said, it was just a matter of him telling me that he would not be able to assist me today.
Okay. All right, so, and have you signed the agreement and sent it back with the retainer?
Not yet.
All right.
We had a death in the family last week and the services were yesterday. So
All right,
been
ma'am.
kind of a lot of things happening at once.
All right, now, let me ask Mr. Cluck in a nutshell, what's the nature of the relief you're asking for on a temporary injunction or temporary restraining order?
Well, Your Honor, we already have a temporary restraining order against her from interfering in Mr. Menard's business, RAM 2. Also, she is wrongfully in possession of a large number of equipment. She admits that she has it. She sent emails to me saying that I'll give it to you if you pay me X number of dollars. Judge, we already have a judgment against her from about 4 or 5 years ago for about $9,000 that Miss Menard knows we're trying to execute because we sent a sheriff over to her. And so she's withheld the property, and we just want to get our property out. And then, in this case, that's all we're asking for is get our property out. And if we have damages, we have damages.
Okay.
And Judge, as a side note, Miss Menard regularly sends me unpleasant emails. She knows my address. She's never mentioned that she's retained a lawyer. She continually refers to having a lawyer, but no lawyer ever appears. I don't even know the name of this lawyer that she supposedly is claiming to talk to now. But she was served on Thursday. So, that's where we are.
All right, I'm going to mark you conferring. Ask you to confer in a breakout room, and I'll take this up later this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wilson County Civil Ads, Mark Mendez versus Guadalupe Valley Electric.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Rozier is here for the plaintiff. We have a motion to compel inspection. It's actually been in front of you before in August, so we're back on it. I think it'll take about 20 minutes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Roger McCleary for defendant Hubble Power Systems, Inc.
Okay. And how long to hear this?
15, 20 minutes, Your Honor.
I mean, both sides are on the same page on that?
10 to 15, I would think, but if Ms. Rozier thinks 15 to 20, I'll go with that, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else told to be here today? Your case was not called.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here for Juan Garcia on the criminal docket.
What county?
It's Frio County.
All right. I had a note that Joseph Helsher represents him and it's been reset.
Yes, Judge. So we were reset to December 3rd. We were asked to just hop on to make sure that the court was aware of that and to check in with you.
Okay, yes, I've got it. Thank you.
Okay, perfect, Judge. Will me and my client be excused?
Yes, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anyone else told to be here today and your case was not called?
Your Honor, if I may, I'm here on Stephen Garcia. I believe he's still in Zavala County. Does the court need me to get him to file a waiver of arraignment?
Well, it's a motion to revoke, so I would expect not.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll
Okay.
just wait.
Well, and Zavala County is online, so if you will.
Oh, good.
If you can. Yes, he's online.
Okay. Let me, if you could put me in a breakout room with Ms. Carranza, I guess when she's available.
Okay, again, Ms. Riley is in charge of that this morning.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Anyone else told to be here today? That's 60 people online, and I don't think I've talked to half of them. All right. I'll ask the attorneys to continue to confer, and we'll start on the.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have Charles Morales, 2884. He faxed us, he faxed over the affidavit indigency. So we sent it by email this morning to the court coordinators. If not, I can send it through chat.
If you send it through chat, I appreciate it. Present, I'll mark him present.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll look at those in a moment. All right, the matter of the marriage of Shelby Perez and Juan Estrada, prove up.
I'm ready, Your Honor. Shelby, are you there? Ms. Perez?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Your Honor, if I may, and I think that Mr. Juan Carlos Estrada Jr. is likewise present. Is that correct?
Mr. Estrada?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Your Honor, I'd like, if the court is okay, I'd like to call Ms. Shelby Renee Perez.
Okay, let me ask both the parties to raise their right hands. All right, do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Estrada, your phone's muted.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you. Ms. Perez, could you please state your full name?
Shelby Renee Perez.
And you are the petitioner in this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And Ms. Perez, have you lived in the state of Texas for 6 months prior to filing your petition for divorce?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And you were likewise a resident of this county the preceding 90 days, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Now, you and Mr. Estrada were married on or about November 10th, the year 2013?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And did you cease to live together as husband and wife on or about November 27th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has the marriage become insupportable because of conflict of personalities?
Yes, ma'am.
And there is no reasonable expectation of reconciliation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. Now, during the marriage, you and Mr. Perez were blessed with 2 children, is that correct?
Mr. Estrada? Yes, we do have
I'm
2
sorry.
children.
Isaac Estrada and Alea Estrada, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you and Mr. Estrada have had an opportunity to discuss issues regarding these children, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you and he reached agreements regarding conservatorship, regarding child support, regarding health insurance, medical insurance, dental and vision, as well as possession and access regarding these children?
Yes, ma'am, we did that with the Attorney General.
Okay, and that is all included in your final decree, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that that agreement is in your children's best interest?
Yes, I do.
And you're asking this honorable court to follow that agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, my understanding in regards to the division of community property, you and he have likewise reached an agreement regarding community property as well as community debt. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that likewise also outlined in your final decree of divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you believe that that division is fair and equitable?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you're asking this honorable court to follow that agreement, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You do not need a name change as your name has always remained Perez, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and you did sign the last page of your divorce decree, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is
Okay.
correct.
You're asking this honorable court to allow you to be divorced today?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you asking this court to allow you to be divorced today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Right, Mr. Estrada, you'll have an opportunity to testify on your own behalf in a moment if you want to. But right now, I just want to know if you have any questions for your wife.
No, sir. I talked to her on the regular. We're okay.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez.
If I may call just Mr. Estrada real quick, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Estrada, could you please say your full name?
Juan Carlos Estrada Jr.
Okay, and you're the respondent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have heard the testimony that was presented by Ms. Perez. Was it true and correct? And it did truly outline your agreements?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that your signature contained in the last page of the final agreed divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you likewise asking this honorable court to allow you to be divorced today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, has there been a divorce decree prepared?
Yes, Your Honor, and my understanding it was filed with the court, and if not, I will get my secretary right now to go ahead and send it to you once again through chat.
If she would send it through chat, I will sign it immediately.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Estrada, you understand that Ms. Rodriguez may have spoken with you to get this case resolved, but that she's representing only your wife and not you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm aware.
Okay, all right. I'll find out I have jurisdiction to hear this matter. The case has been on file for more than 60 days. The respondent has appeared in open court and announced ready. The petitioner had been a resident of Frio County for 90 days and of Texas for 6 months before the time the lawsuit was filed. The marriage between the parties has become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities, and there's no present likelihood of reconciliation. There's 2 children born to the marriage, and I'll find that the orders previously entered by the Attorney General's case are in the children's best interest, and I will adopt the orders of the court, and I will find that the proposed division of the marital property and debts is just, fair, and equitable, and I will approve it. I will pronounce the divorce in open court. I wish all good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
May they be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, and I will sign that when it gets to me. I'm looking at the indigency affidavits. Okay.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Vargas.
I had an add-on for Roman Frosto.
All right, give me a moment. I'm sending some chats and then I'll be with you.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like Mr. Perez and Mr. Keendaws are referring. Okay, I'm appointing Sean Keendaws to represent Darren Shackelford
Okay, thanks, Your Honor.
and Adrian Perez to represent Charles Morales. All right.
I didn't hear that last one, Judge. Who was appointed? Charles Morales?
Adrian Perez.
Thank you. I'm going to send that appointment to you in just a moment. I'm trying to find it on that
Okay.
Martinez, Arturo Martinez.
All right, Mr. Keendaws, for some reason, whenever I try to send chat to you, it will not allow me to send a file. So I don't know what's going on with that.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Vargas, I'm sorry. You had an announcement in your case.
I believe Roman Frosto, I just recently got appointed on that case. If I can submit a waiver of arraignment on that, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, and he is in custody somewhere. He should be available online.
Yes, Your Honor. And I have other courts I have to attend to. May I be excused? And I'll follow up with it.
Your Honor.
Your
Judge,
Honor. Stephanie, give me a second.
Okay.
Mr. Frosto's not an arraignment. It's an MTR.
Oh, okay.
I guess I need to confer with the state, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Riley's in charge of conferring today.
Thank you.
Your Honor, on my client Reyes, Jesse Reyes.
Yes, sir.
We're requesting a reset for December 17th, but we're gonna file a waiver as soon as we're able.
All right. Mr. Reyes is online?
He is. He's right here with me, actually.
Okay. All right. What I would request, Mr. Baez, is that unless you have an objection to it, the coordinator can send you by chat, can send you a PDF of a waiver of arraignment form that has the next court date on it, so you can waive arraignment and get the next court date set at the same time.
We don't object, Your Honor.
All right. I'd ask Ms. Riley or the state to send that in chat, and I will put you down as the attorney instead of Kyle Ernst.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let me sign this final judgment and then I will get back to the civil cases. Okay, and I've just sent the final decree of divorce in the Perez Estrada case to District Clerk's office.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Sandy Leal versus Ryan Garcia. All right, 2011-322. All right, and what exactly are you trying to get restrained here?
Your Honor, seeking to preserve the vehicle involved in the collision, as well as the cell phone, any drug testing, or urine samples, blood samples, things of that nature. Restraining the defendant from doing anything to alter or destroy those pieces of evidence.
All right, and do you have a proposed order?
I do, Your Honor, and I've sent that. I filed that with the court, and I'm happy to email that to Your Honor as well.
All right. Let me see if I can pull that up. 2011-0322. Okay, if you could send that to me in chat, I would appreciate it. I don't see the proposed order in the pleadings with the district clerk's files.
I'll send that to you right now, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, will I be sending that to the host, Lori Russell of Frio DC3?
Just to me, Russell Wilson.
Okay, I see that here. Thank you.
Monica Hinojosa, I'm assigning you to breakout room 3. If you can click on the button to join that room, please. Ron Prince is waiting for you.
Okay, and when do we want to set this for? Have you talked to the coordinator's office about a date a couple of weeks down the road? And you're muted, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry about that. I would say 14 days from today, but if the court doesn't have that availability, we could do something earlier. December 7th, Your Honor.
All right. I tell you what, December 3rd is a Thursday, and there is a Frio docket on that day. So I'll put All right, I just sent that to the district clerk and yourself.
Thank you, Judge.
You any kin to the other Mr. Henry, or is that just a happy coincidence?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. If that's all you have, you're released.
Thank you.
Okay. The matter of the marriage of Tara and Isaac Moreno. Is Isaac Moreno here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And are you both ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to ask both of you to raise your right hands. Each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and ma'am, would you state your name for the court reporter?
Tara Lee Moreno.
And your name, sir?
Isaac Moreno.
All right. Okay, you can put your you can put your hands down now. I see there are children involved in this case. Has there been an attorney general's case regarding child support?
There's one that was from about, I want to say, almost 3 years ago. And they said that we couldn't make any type of changes until we were divorced, because at the time we were just separated.
Okay, and what county was that in?
That was here in Frio County.
All right, give me a minute.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and ma'am, do you have copies of that paperwork, or, because I'm searching by last name and I'm not able to make that last name.
On the child support papers, my name would be under Tara Lee, I believe Gomez, and if not Gomez, it would be Jurgens.
All right, well, I'm not getting anything when I search by Moreno, so I believe there's some problem with the search feature, at least what I can access. Sure, there's been some other lawsuit involving Moreno's. All right, do you have the cause number from that?
Yes, give me just 1 second. I had all my.
All right, because I need to tell both of y'all something. Now, one, has someone prepared a proposed divorce decree for me to sign?
Yes, I do believe we already signed it and turned it in.
Okay. All right, and what does that divorce decree say is going to happen with the children and child support and all of that?
I would be the custodial parent.
Okay, so does it have orders in there?
On the decree or on our child support?
The decree.
On the decree, I want to say, I can't remember where I put it. It stated that he had no issue with me still being the custodial parent
with his his rights as the father not changing.
Okay, and are you asking to have something in the Attorney General's case changed as far as the?
I did want a revision.
All right. And I don't remember any attorney, assistant AG announcing. Is anybody online? No? Okay. Here's what I need to tell both of you. The law in Texas says that you're only supposed to have one case at a time involving children and child support. And it also says that you're supposed to have the divorce and the case involving children and child support held together, like you're trying to do. Okay. The cleanest way to do that is to go ahead and have the two cases combined so that there's one case. What we will do sometimes is we will just reference, either just attach a copy of the Attorney General's case and say, we're not going to change anything. Here's what the order of the court is. And that way there's no discrepancy between the two cases. The other thing I need to tell you is that if I sign something today, technically that'll be a decision or a decree in your divorce and in the children as far as conservatorship and support of them. And the law presumes that if you try and get a child support or conservatorship order changed within the first year, basically the law presumes that you're acting in bad faith and you're just wasting the court's time, and there's a bunch of hoops you have to jump through to make that happen. So if you're going to want to get something changed with the Attorney General's case, you need to go back and speak with them, and that needs to all be wrapped up together. I mean, they need to either combine the two cases and or they need to provide the revised order for me to be able to incorporate into the divorce decree.
I put in the request for the revision with Attorney General's office, but I never received any form of like an email or any papers in the mail stating that I would have an appointment for that revision.
All right, ma'am. You know, it may have got lost between the cracks or something. I'm not sure. Let me ask Ms. Riley. You're the expert on that. What should we advise her to do? You're muted. Ms. Riley, can you hear me? Lori?
Judge, would you ask me if?
Yes, I guess you weren't listening. Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge, I wasn't. I had.
That's fine. I know you have people going in and out and the phone's ringing. Oh, okay. Pardon me. Okay, these folks have a pro se divorce set today. There was an Attorney General's case on the children a couple of years ago. Then one of the parties wants to make some revisions in that Attorney General's case. So we need to get the case consolidated and move forward from there so they can get the revision made to the child support and conservatorship. She said that she contacted the AG's office. How did you contact them, Ms. Moreno?
I called them by phone, and then I also went online and processed a revision request. But whenever I called over the phone and I asked for a revision, the lady stated to me that it wasn't up to me when I was allowed to have a revision. And so that's what made me put in the revision request online.
All right, so Ms. Riley, so on the consolidation, and I don't know if you're entitled to a revision or if they're going to represent you, but certainly on the consolidation, so we have one order, I think the AG's office would work on that.
They were invited to the Zoom hearing because there was another AG case, Judge, on that Romero, but I haven't heard from them. I invited them, all four of the AAGs out of the Jorgensen office.
Okay, so what would be the easiest way for Ms. Moreno or most effective way for her to contact the AG's office about making this change?
So basically she needs to consolidate her cause number into the AG cause number. Is that what y'all are asking?
I would expect yes. And then The revision needs to either be finished before we do the divorce decree, or it needs to be done at the same time.
You talk about revision, is that like a modification? Because sometimes what
Yes,
they'll
I'm sorry.
do.
She wants a modification. I don't know what it is.
Yes, sorry.
I don't know if they would, I mean, we probably need to reset it and just invite them to a hearing. I mean, I could contact somebody from there by email.
Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if Isaac does remember, but they stated that the only way that it can be revised, I guess with what you're stating, is if we're doing it at the same time, because we were married still at the time whenever we went to child support the first time.
Okay.
I think that matters really. I mean, I used to work there.
Yeah, that's why I told her.
That's what we were confused about also.
Okay, so we're gonna just drop this. We'll have it on reset on request. But I'm asking Ms. Riley to email one or all of the assistant agents with this cause number and say that we can't find it. I can't make the search feature work right now on LGS software for Frio County, but that I'm asking them to see what they need to do to get these cases consolidated and to either do the modification, or if it's not going to be done, let us know that, or we can just set it for hearing at the same time as the divorce.
I'll get a hold of somebody there, and Tara, I guess I have your email, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Phone number. If not, put it in the chat to me, please.
Your Honor, is the
Yes, sir.
cause number is the cause number the case number?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. I wish y'all good luck.
Thank you.
Judge, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
On that Jesse Reyes case, the 1905-49, that needs a waiver of arraignment or new pretrial date? Because I was checking with Norma. She thought it was, the arraignment should have already been
He told
done.
me he needed to do a waiver of arraignment, but it may be that Kyle Ernst had done one. I don't know.
Okay.
He's a whole new lawyer, Lori, so he needs a whole new set of dates, but he may not need to do a waiver.
May not need one.
Yeah, does that make sense? Like Kyle may have originally done a waiver of arraignment, but now Mr. Baez is a brand new attorney, so I'm not exactly sure what dates he needs, but he needs a couple.
Okay. And I don't know if Frio County can say if there's a waiver of arraignment already. I don't know. I don't usually do the criminal. I apologize. So I don't know if what the date would be on the arraignment.
Okay.
Sean Dawes wants to go into a room with you too, Leslie.
Yes, I was trying to get some paperwork done for Adrian. I'll jump over there.
I'll put y'all in just a moment.
Thank you. Frio County District Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
does he have a waiver of arraignment on file?
I'm checking right now.
Thank you.
What all these? Leslie,
Yes, ma'am.
for Reyes, there was a waiver filed in September 2019.
And what were the dates that it gave him?
10/10/19, 10/24/19, 11/4/19.
Oh, he needs a whole new set of dates then.
Yes, that's the last one we have.
Okay, in the matter of the marriage of Maria and Juan Garcia, All right. I think, ma'am, if you're in court, your phone is muted or your computer. Okay. Yes, and was this proven up pre-divorce?
Was this one? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Did you appear previously and this divorce was proven up?
Yes.
And then it was delayed because Mr. Garcia wanted to try and do something, or?
Yes, Mr. Garcia, yes. I don't know, he handled all his papers in, but I did. I don't know, don't
Okay.
remember.
And I have a proposed divorce decree, it looks like you filed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and are you just asking me to save that, to sign that divorce decree?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, give me just a moment. All right, give me just a moment. I've got the document up. I got it from the district clerk's records. I mean, there's also a document called a BVS, or Bureau of Vital Statistics sheet. That's just a fill in the blank document that gets sent to Austin to report this divorce to Austin. Have you completed one of those?
No, I haven't.
Okay. I'm going to ask the district clerk's office to send you one of those in chat. Or actually, you're right there. You can just fill one out. That's no problem.
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
And Mr. Garcia appeared last time or not?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. All right, my computer's locking up. Give me a moment. Okay, I've just sent the Garcia final decree of divorce to the clerk's office. The matter of the marriage of Bradford.
Judge, I think the petitioner and the respondent are both on. Ashley Vasquez, I think her name is under. She didn't speak out a while ago when her name was announced.
Okay. Travis Bradford, Ashley Bradford or Vasquez? Are y'all online?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And your wife?
I have no idea.
She called in and spoke to Norma, said she was on, but I have no idea where she's at.
All right, let me call this case up in the clerk's records.
I don't know where she's at.
All right, so this was called previously. Is that, have you had a previous hearing, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. And what is your wife's maiden name, sir?
Vasquez.
And who was it? Did you think it called in Ashley Vasquez or Ashley someone else?
Yeah, Ashley Bradford is her last name right now through marriage.
All right, sir. Someone had reported, and I think it was the clerk's office, that they thought that she had called in or logged onto the call Zoom hearing earlier. With her?
Judge, it was me saying that she had called our office, and I'm admitting somebody on an iPhone, but she had called in. They said she spoke to Norma, and she said her name was under Ashley Vasquez online, but I never saw her. But I just brought in somebody admitted somebody from the waiting room right now on an iPhone. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I see a Galaxy Note 8. What is your name?
The Galaxy?
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't have a Galaxy.
All right, I'm asking someone with a Galaxy Note 8 to unmute. What's your name?
Hello,
Yes.
this is Cheryl Roberts.
Who, Roberts?
Cheryl Roberts.
And what case do you have?
Judge, that's going to be a witness on the Keller case.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
Keller case, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, I'm going to recall this case just in a moment. Just in case that iPhone is Ashley Bradford trying to sign in. Okay, ex parte, Teresia Benson. Expunction 2007.
I'm present.
All right, man, let me go and open that file. All right, ma'am. Look at the petition. All right, let me ask the district clerk's office. I don't see where there's a return on file for the attorney's office.
Let me double check on our system.
Thank you.
I have no idea what case.
And ma'am, let me ask you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever placed on probation for this case?
Yes, there was I believe a 3-month probation, and there
Okay,
were
now-
fees I had to pay.
All right. Was that probation or was that a pretrial diversion?
I believe it was probation.
Okay.
And my license was suspended. Just pay the fees and that was it. Because I reported to the Frio County to my probation officer.
Okay. Because the probation office came back unserved. It was sent to a place, it's not a mailing address.
I'm not sure about that. I was there at the courthouse. I had to go see the probation. Let me see if I can find her name.
Is anybody online from adult probation?
Judge Joanne is here, but she stepped out. She's doing some paperwork. As soon as she comes back in, I'll let her know.
Okay, thank you. You got it?
Well, working on it.
Judge, I already completed that paper.
Okay, and I signed the divorce decree and I sent it back to the clerk's office. So you're all done. You can get copies later today or later this week after you've got everything file stamped. You'll be able to get certified copies if you're divorced.
Okay, alrighty, sir. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, on Benson,
Yes.
that is correct. We do not have a green card back from the Frio County District Attorney's Office.
Frio?
Frio County District Attorney's Office, we have not received the green card back.
And was it sent to Bear County?
To Frio County District Attorney.
Okay, that's better. All right. All right, ma'am, I'm not sure what's going on here. I have to tell you that typically, under the law, you're not entitled to an expulsion if you were placed on probation. And I don't know, I don't know if you were placed on straight probation or if you were placed on some sort of pretrial diversion where you reported to the probation office. Because we don't have a green card back from the county attorney's office, that's the prosecutor's office, I can't go ahead with this right now. I can tell you that if you will contact the county attorney's office, if you're eligible and they'll sign off on the decree right now, or the judge will sign it, but I need to give them a chance to have some input and I need to find out exactly what your status is. Because again, unless something has changed, if you were on probation, then you're not entitled to have this expunged.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, it was the district attorneys.
Okay, well, the county attorney is on the petition also, and typically it goes out to both. In this case, this would have been a county attorney case, so that's. I wouldn't be concerned necessarily if we didn't get a green card back from the DA's office because it wasn't their case, but it was the county attorney's case, so I know that they had notice of this. So,
And Judge, we did receive it. We received it October 5th, but it's not my case. I don't know what the county attorney's office did if she was on probation or not.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So I'm going to mark this just as reset on request. If you get in touch with the county attorney's office and they tell you that you're eligible because you were just on a pretrial diversion or something and they'll sign off on the decree, I mean, just log back onto the meeting and send that to me in chat and I will sign it today. Otherwise, I'll let you get with you're going to have to either send a new notice to the county attorney's office or get them to sign off on the order. But again, from what you're telling me, you're not eligible. So I'm going to need to have an explanation for what's going on that you would be eligible to do an expunction. So again, I'm going to put no service on county attorney and reset on request. Okay, and did we ever hear anything from that Ashley Bradford? Vasquez? All right, Mr. Bradford, are you still available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, did I swear you in already?
No, sir.
All right, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and let me ask you, sir, did you have your proposed divorce decree?
Everything's already been filed and turned in.
That's not my question. My question is, do you have your proposed divorce decree?
I don't know what that is.
All right. The divorce decree is the piece of paper the judge has to sign that says you're divorced. And has to reflect that you were in court, that there was a hearing. It says your divorce, says what happens to your property, it says what happens with the kids, or it says that there were no children. Or,
yes, sir, I do have it.
where do you have that?
I believe I have it here in my files.
Okay. Okay, and is that something you filled out by hand?
I believe so. I filled out everything by hand. I got all the paperwork, the original, the final, everything.
Okay. And did you give a copy of the final decree of divorce to the district clerk's office?
Yes, sir. Everything has been given to them.
All right, let me ask the clerk's office. Do you have that?
Your Honor, I checked with our clerks. We do not have anything in e-file, and I checked our system. We do not have any final from Mr. Bradford.
Okay, yes, and I checked your system. I didn't see anything. All right, sir. What I'm going to say is we have to have the final decree of divorce. So
I have it right here, and I even have it
All right.
stamped stating that it's been filed.
Well, that's not good because it's not actually filed until the judge signs it. So what I'm going to ask you is to get a hard copy of that to the district clerk's office in Pearsall so that they can fill it in. And I'm going to set this for hearing on the 3rd of December. And that way, by the 3rd of December, you'll be able to have that to the clerk's office. And I think that's Judge Ellison's day. I'm not sure, but so if you will go to the clerk's office, give them a copy or let them make a copy of that, they'll scan it in. They'll have it available for Judge Ellison or myself, whoever has the docket that day to look at.
Okay.
All right. Now I'm going to go back through and ask for announcements in the other civil cases, and then we'll take a brief break and we'll start on the longer hearings. Matter of the marriage of Romero, we're still looking at 60 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor, we've tried conferring by phone. We haven't reached agreements yet, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Roberts is on the phone right now. I don't think they have reached an agreement, though.
Okay. All right. In the interest of YHR, a child, 181141, are we still at an hour or 2 hours? Hopefully they're.
Judge, they're in a breakout room right now.
Hopefully they're not just playing solitaire. Has anyone appeared in the matter of the marriage of Gerardo and Olivia Trevino? Dropped. Out of the marriage of Aaron Martinez, Joseph Torres, still at 60 minutes or?
Probably gonna be closer to 30 to 45 minutes, Your Honor, but.
Yes, Your Honor. And like I said, we can talk about it once you call us out, but I mean, this case already has temporary orders, so we can talk about that once we get called.
All right, thank you. Matter of the marriage of James and Christy Keller.
President, Your Honor, still anticipate needing all the time that you can provide to us.
All right. Okay, Wilson County, in the interest of MAH, a child.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jody Head Lopez for petitioner Danielle Hudson. We've been in a breakout room and we have not been able to reduce the issues. I would ask the court to speak to us privately in a breakout room to see if the court can narrow the issues. I have 7 witnesses and he has 3 witnesses. 2 are professionals. One is Dr. Joanne Murphy. She's been on standby since 9 o'clock this morning. So I would like to speak with the court in chambers or breakout rooms so that we can see if we can narrow the issues. I'm asking for 14 items in temporary orders, and my opposing attorney, Mr. Michael Ireland, is asking for 11 items. And we need probably about 3 hours. And so I know that you only give an hour. So I'd like to address the court.
Ram contractor versus Tiffany Menard.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can you hear me? Jonathan
Yes, sir.
Clark. I don't know if Miss Menard is back out of the breakout room, or she hung up, or she's no longer part of the deal. But
All right, let me ask Miss Riley, is Tiffany Menard still in the breakout room?
Don't believe so. Let me look real quick, Judge. She's still in there. Let me see if I can join her and tell her to come in.
Yeah, they really need to fix that. Please, okay. All right, I will recall this, Mr. Clough. Let me give.
okay, Your Honor. Let me just say, we didn't, we haven't been able to work something out. I'm more than willing to extend it because I know you don't have anything else going on in your docket today.
Okay. And Mendez versus Guadalupe Valley is still the same announcement, 15, 20 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I think he'll be first, but let me.
Judge, before you do that, I don't know if Mr. Lopez on the Keller divorce would like to go into a breakout room and maybe we can talk about some of these issues since obviously we're not going next. And maybe, who knows, we might be able to either shorten things up or maybe even get lucky and resolve it.
Okay, we're going to take a break before we do all that, but I'll be back shortly. Let me.
And
All right,
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Menard?
I have County Attorney Joseph Sinden here on the Benson matter.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sinden?
Yes, Judge.
Was this go ahead.
I just wanted to inform the court, this was a matter that we had in Frio County Court. The defendant enrolled in and completed a pretrial diversionary program through our court. She completed it. It has since been dismissed, and this office did receive the petition for expunction. We got it right here. I don't know why the green card never got sent back, but we did receive notice.
All right, it's a long way upstairs. One office to the next. Okay, so do you have any objection?
I have no objection, Judge.
All right, then if Ms. Rogers will post that to me in chat, or if someone will, I'll sign that order.
May I be excused, Judge?
Absolutely. All right, Ms. Menard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm being told that there's no agreement. You're opposing the temporary restraining order or injunction that Mr. Clark's asking for?
Yes, Your Honor, because I believe that a temporary injunction, to secure a temporary injunction, an applicant must plead and prove 3 elements, and those 3 elements cannot be proven. So, and trying to talk to Mr. Clark, it never seems to be pleasant. We can never come to an agreement. So he cuts me off, and I just,
Okay. All right. How long to hear this, whether we do it today or a different time, Mr. Clark?
I'm guessing an hour, Judge. And I know your docket is way full.
Yeah, but that's fine. Okay. And Mr. Clark, do you have stuff to work on there at your desk, or do we want to reset this for like 2 p.m. or see where we stand then?
I'm willing to reset it till December the 3rd so that Miss Menard can get an attorney.
Okay.
That might probably solve a lot of issues.
All right. So Miss Menard, we can extend the temporary restraining order until December the 3rd. And you'd still be under the temporary restraining order, but then we'd have the temporary injunction hearing on the 3rd. How does that?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clark, if you will get me a order doing that and post it to me in chat, I will sign it. And send it back to the clerk's office, and I will set this for 12/3.
I understand you're resetting it to December the 3rd at 9 a.m. via Zoom. Is that correct, Judge?
Yes, sir.
I will send an order extending the TRO to the court.
Thank you. And again, if you will just, if you're still online, if you'll just post that to me in chat, that's the easiest way to get it over.
Okay. It would be coming from my paralegal, so I'll be frank and tell you, I'm not sure how to do that.
Okay. If your paralegal can just, either if you can just get to the computer, just go to chat and send it either to everyone or just to me. And there should be a little box that pops up to the side that says file. And just click on file and it'll let you attach a file. It'll come right over.
Okay, Judge, we'll try that. Hopefully we won't shut down the power grid.
Okay, sounds good.
May we be excused?
Yes, any other announcements before we take a break?
No, Your Honor, I would ask that the court ask if Mr. Lopez is willing to go into a breakout room so him and I can talk for a little bit.
Okay, actually, we'll do that when we come back on both cases, and let me go through the criminal docket real fast. What do we have announcements on?
Your Honor, Mr. Frostro, we reset it for 12-3 for a plea. Can he be excused? He's a prisoner with Karnes County.
Yes, and have you sent me a chat message on that?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Okay.
He sent it privately to me. He needs to send it to everyone, so it's posted to everyone, please.
I'll send it to everyone, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ganon Reyes, Jesse Reyes, I sent you that waiver.
All right. And Ms. Baez, yes, I think we received that, but all right. Okay, Mr. Perez, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Judge Patricio Peralta. I spoke to Kenny Lamb, and we've agreed to reset that one with the court's permission. And at your pleasure, I do have a plea on Fletcher, and I'm going to have another one on Hernandez coming up shortly.
Okay. All right. I don't have any of the plea paperwork yet. What day is Peralta being reset to?
I was going to ask Lori there. He has a new case that I understand he just got indicted on.
Okay. All right. Any other criminal announcements?
Judge, so he said Donald Fletcher, Jose Hernandez. I don't know where Kyle's at for Amber Barnett. Kyle, stop it. Michael Zamora, I know, had Arturo Martinez, and I don't know if he got some dates or not. I'm not sure where Michael went. Jesse Aguirre is a plea. He needed the interpreter. I don't know if they finished with that.
We'll do Aguirre first since we've got the interpreter on the clock.
Okay.
Mr. Ernst?
And Your Honor, for Aguirre, could I be put in a breakout room back with Bandera County? I got kicked out. But we've gone over all the paperwork. It's just a matter of Mr. Aguirre re-signing that interpreter sheet.
Okay. I'm not in charge of that. The host is. Okay. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to be in break until, let's call it 10:52. And we'll resume.
Adrian, I sent that paperwork to the district clerk's office. Let me check, but I sent it to Ophi's email address and the district clerk's email address. So please have them check.
Yeah, they're here right now with me. They said they checked a couple times.
Leslie and Adrian, when's the reset for Peralta? Is it Patricio Peralta?
I was going to ask you for the date. He has a brand new indictment, I'm told. So,
yes, he does. And I spoke to Adrian about that. And so we were going to ask what the dates were on that available for.
We have 12/3, 12/17. The PT resets are 1/7/2021.
If nobody minds, I would prefer 1/7 if I could.
That's fine.
And you're gonna post that in chat too, Adrian, on the case. Is it just one case?
No,
Yes,
there's two cases on the docket for Patricio Peralta.
Okay. So I got page
One
4
on the third page and on the 5th page.
4 and 5. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll post it in chat. No problem.
Yes. Am I missing it?
So y'all are on right now. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Frio County, check again. I just sent it.
Okay, we're gonna check it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie, Richard Briggs here.
I wanted to let you know I got your email this morning regarding Mario Martinez, and I'll give you a call later today.
Okay, thank you.
Talk about that.
Okay.
And Mr. Briggs, I know that you got assigned to William Dollins. Do you need to speak to me about that one, or?
Well, all I need from you on that one, I don't have an offer included in the discovery that you sent me.
Okay, let me get back on that real quick. Do you have a reset date?
No, I'm waiting to get a breakout room with the guy right now.
Okay.
Anybody?
Maybe this arthritis.
Where did you get the name? And
That's his name. He goes from Marcos.
Richard Briggs.
yes,
Hey, are you doing a waiver of arraignment on Mr. Dollins?
yeah, I'm waiting to get into a breakout room with him to discuss that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm fixing to put you in a breakout room, Mr. Briggs, with Mr. Dollins. In breakout room 2, okay?
Thank you.
Hi, Lori, is Zavala County still available?
I don't know. Hold on one moment, please.
That's where I'm going, Sean.
Well, you know, I think, let me see where they're at. Hold on a second.
I thought Sean was in Zavala County already.
Well, I went in and nobody was there.
Oh, I'm putting them in there right now. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm breakout room 11 with Briggs.
Thank you, Lori.
So it's 11 or 9 for me.
Sean, you need to be placed in a breakout room with somebody.
Yes, Zavala County.
Okay, as soon as they get done with Mr. Briggs, I'll put you in there. I thought that I had put y'all in there already, but.
Right, but there was nobody there. It was
Oh.
breakout room 9, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I think Mr. Ramirez, you needed a breakout room, correct?
If Mr. Lopez yeah, if he's available.
Let me see.
I'm available.
Jesus and. Okay, I'll get y'all in breakout room 12, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, hello? Yes.
What's the last name? First name, sir? Okay, when did you receive that, or is that the paperwork you got?
Zabala County Jail, I've assigned you out of breakout room 11. If y'all can click on that link to allow Mr. Dollins to go in with his attorney Briggs. Are y'all there?
Okay.
Yes,
No,
we're here.
that's
We're looking
okay.
for a link.
You were released from custody?
I'm sorry, Lori, do you mention me or?
No, Mr. Brick, I was asking Zabala County to click on the link for breakout room 11.
Oh, okay.
Zabala County Sheriff's Office, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all go to breakout room 11, please? Should be a button on the bottom of your computer.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Karnes County, Karnes County SO.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe Mr. Frausto's been reset to December 3rd.
Yes, ma'am.
Does he need anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay, then I think you guys are done.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, did you call for Upton County?
I did not call Upton County yet. I'm hoping that we will get to Amber Barnett soon.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Mr. Prince, your client, John Ramos, wants to be in a breakout room with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there?
Uh-huh.
Hey, Leslie.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
On Mr. Shackelford,
Yes.
you got appointed Sean. Did y'all get a date yet? Because I still have him sitting in the courtroom.
I do not have a date, and there's
I
Sean
asked
right now.
Lori. Lori says that she hasn't gotten a date yet.
Okay, I'm just trying to get him out of the courtroom.
Well, Sean needs to talk to him anyway, I would think.
Yeah, if you just give him my number to call me.
Okay.
Mr. Dolls,
Yes.
this is Stephanie with the Frio County District Clerks. Can you please provide us your number so we can get to the defendant?
Sure. It's 210-834-8553.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
John Ramos and Ron Prince, y'all are assigned to breakout room 13. Please go into that room. Thank you. I'm sorry, what?
Brad.
Miss Riley, could you send me that notice again, please? This is Ron Prince.
You under phone number 823? Or
No, ma'am. Mine is listed under the name Ron Prince. Oh, my client is under John Ramos. I'm sorry, I X'd out of it because Miss Hinojosa and I just left the breakout room and we were intending to go back into the courtroom.
okay, John Ramos wanted to meet you, actually.
Okay, all right.
Let me see if I can put you back in that.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna move you to one. I'm gonna move you back to 3, and then I'm gonna move you out of that and move you back to 13. He's waiting on you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. He didn't have his order, I think. Mr. Prince, you didn't get the breakout room 13?
No, ma'am. You had sent me one a few minutes ago, and I X'd out of it because, as I said, I had just left the breakout room with Ms. Hinojosa. I didn't think we didn't make any progress, and we're going to need a hearing.
Right. I moved you from breakout 13, put you back in 3, and I'm putting you back in 13. So John Ramos is your client.
Yes, ma'am.
He wants to talk to you. So I'm going to move you to 3 and then move you back to 13. So when you get the assignment to breakout room 13, please click on that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dawes? Yeah. He's, we're on the break right now, but yeah, he's on. Huh?
Briggs and Ernst.
Who's Break? Break and
Mr.
Ernst. Yes,
Briggs?
yes, yeah. And Briggs, he's in a breakout room right now. Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. This man is not joining.
All right, Ms. Riley, I'm going to ask you to put me in a breakout room with Ms. Jody Lopez and Mr. Michael Ireland.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Might take me a while. I'll get y'all in there. Hold on one moment, please.
Thank you, Lori.
Your Honor, this is the bailiff here in Frio County. I've been in contact with Upton County, and they are concerned because they only have 2 jailers, and they say they're shorthanded, and they want to know if Miss Barnett
I'm ready for a breakout room with Miss Barnett.
going to be ready.
All right, Ms. Riley?
Yes. Yes, Judge.
What? You said you can hear. Okay. I'll just. Well, I'm going to zoom here.
All right, Ms. Riley?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me a breakout room with Jody Lopez and Michael Ireland?
Yes, I can, Judge. Hold on one moment. On y'all to breakout room 14, Judge.
Good, thank you.
Kyle Ernst, I'll put Upton County, you and Upton County in room 15, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Prince, Can you please accept the assignment for breakout room 13? I don't know if you've talked to Mr. Ramos yet, but.
Lori, no, I mean, nothing's coming up on my screen.
There should be like a little button down below.
I mean, no, ma'am. I mean, nothing. I've done it twice today already with you.
Right. I've already
But
moved
no,
you
ma'am, nothing.
back and forth. John Ramos is still in a breakout room.
And Lori, I mean, I can chat with him on the phone. I've been communicating with him on the phone. I mean, I really, you know,
Okay.
we're going to need a hearing. We didn't have any progress with Ms. Hinojosa, so I can call Mr. Ramos on his phone
Yeah.
and chat with him about it.
You can do that. Yes, sir. And if you'll tell him to get out of the breakout room then as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll do that.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly. Mr. Dawes?
Yes, I'm here.
I can put you with the Zavala County now if you'd like.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna put y'all in breakout room 16, Zavala County Jail. If y'all can select the assignment for room 16, breakout room 16, please.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Dawes, did you not join? Are y'all done?
I'm sorry. Yes, I know that was quick. Yeah, he agreed.
Okay, they're still in the breakout room, so.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to let Leslie know that he has agreed. So I was just sending her a chat message. I don't know if she's online now.
I'm here.
Okay. So yeah, so he'll do the 12 months.
So do you want me to try to send you paperwork now?
Oh no, well, however you want to do it, we can reset it or yeah, but I mean, yeah, you can send me the paperwork now if you want.
Okay, let me try to work on that.
Okay.
All right, on the Wilson County docket, in the interest of MAH, it's been reset till December the 11th at 10 a.m.
December 8th, Judge, is that what you said?
11th, that's a Friday at 10 a.m. I've got a juvenile board meeting at 9.
Okay.
All right, in the matter of the marriage of Keller, if I could get a breakout room with Mr. Ramirez and Mr. Lopez, and then I'll come back and we'll start on some pleas. At least the one with the interpreter.
Your Honor, we've already gone into a breakout room and we were not able to resolve anything. We're still going to need the hour with the court.
Okay, all right, so we don't need a breakout room there. Okay.
No, sir.
Okay.
Judge, how much time on that MH one with Ireland and Lopez? Would that be a 3 hours or so I can put that
3
down?
hours. 3 hours. Okay, Aguirre, is that the
That's a Spanish
plea with
interpreter.
that's the plea with the interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm ready on that one. I emailed you the interpreter sheet, and all the other documents should be with the court.
And I sent you everything on my case, Your Honor.
All right, well, that's almost legible.
Mine's
All
been
right,
faxed
Colleen.
a couple times, so it's a little rough.
Yeah, well, that's why I never want anything faxed. It'll be a whole lot worse once it gets put into the e-file system.
There
All
was
right.
a yes in this fall that doesn't go with this fall. That's not something
Right.
you.
Okay, where is Mr. Aguirre?
He's in the Bandera County.
Okay, and where's Mr. Ramos? All right. So are both sides ready in State versus Aguirre?
State's ready, Your Honor, in both cause numbers.
Defense
And
is ready.
Defense is ready in both cause numbers.
All right, and I've got a whole bunch of papers here. Do I have both plea packages? No. I have 19-7-0059. 2 counts.
And Your Honor, I had I just called the clerk's
Okay,
office.
it just popped up, the other case in the coordinator's office. I mean, the no, this is a judgment. Okay, I've only got one set of paperwork on Mr. Aguirre. I have the judgment in the cause number that ends in 100, and I have the plea papers in the cause number that ends in 97, or 59 rather.
And Your Honor, sorry, I'm in Karn City right now. I had called the clerk's office from the plea paperwork we had ready last time to get that sent over to you, and then I just emailed you I forwarded you the interpreter sheet.
All right, well, maybe I have this from last time. Let me see what I can find.
Your Honor, I'll be sending the 59. This is what we have in our file, so I'm going to be sending it right now.
Okay, well, I have that. I need the other one. Okay, what day were we here previously?
Previously, We're here on November 2nd. Or
The 12th?
or the 12th. That's when I went over paperwork on the 2nd.
All right, and did you only get one set of paperwork signed by your client, Mr. Ramos?
Yes, I just forwarded you the interpreter sheet. You should have that. And Mr. Ramos signed.
Okay, so are we going to use the one sheet for both cases?
Ms. Roberts said she sent you over hers because we have to sign our separate names on them.
Oh, okay, I do not have that.
But I believe it's with Ms. Roberts' other plea paperwork. I'm not 100% sure though.
Yes, I put it all in one.
Okay, and what did you do with it?
It's in with the plea paperwork itself.
Okay,
It's in the order that Ms. Carranza gave it all to me in.
All right. I don't have that.
Should be page 5 of the plea paperwork.
Of what plea paperwork?
For the 1907-59 case.
Your Honor, we don't have that paperwork. We only
Okay.
have the judgment.
All right, so somebody substituted it and put it in. Okay, excellent. All right, so let me get this put in. Okay, Mr. Ramos, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Is your name Jesse Aguirre?
¿Su nombre es Jesse Aguirre?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that your true and correct name?
Y ese es su nombre verdadero y correcto. Señor Aguirre?
Yes, sí.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Aguirre, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Señor Aguirre, ¿puede usted hablar, escribir, leer el idioma inglés?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you speak, read, and write the Spanish language better than English?
¿Y puede hablar, leer y escribir el idioma español mejor que el inglés?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
If at any time you do not understand the interpretation into the Spanish language, I want you to interrupt whoever's speaking, even if it's me, and let us know that, okay?
Si en cualquier momento no entiende usted la interpretación hacia el español, por favor, quien sea que esté hablando, interrúmpanos, aunque sea yo. ¿Está bien?
Sí, está bien.
Yes, all right.
Mr. Ramos, do you swear or affirm that you will, to the best of your ability, translate between the English and Spanish language the comments of the court, the attorneys, and the witnesses?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. And are you a certified interpreter between the English and Spanish languages?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Aguirre, are you a United States citizen?
Señor Aguirre, ¿es usted ciudadano de los Estados Unidos?
Sí.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I think he didn't, when you, for the swearing in, I don't know if he raised his right hand. That was me who did it. Because you said Mr. Ramos. I apologize.
Yes, I was just swearing you in as the interpreter.
But the previous one. You said Mr. Ramos and it was me who.
Yes.
So if
But
we can
that's
do it
right.
for Mr. Aguirre.
Okay. No, I was just swearing you in as the interpreter.
Okay.
But thank you for bringing it up. Mr. Aguirre, are you a United States citizen?
Señor Aguirre, ¿es usted ciudadano de los Estados Unidos?
Sí.
Yes.
Despite your representation that you are a U.S. citizen, I have to caution you, but if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and/or a denial of naturalization benefits. You still wish to enter a plea today?
Y a pesar de su representación, de que usted dice que es ciudadano, lo debo de tomarle precaución de que si usted resultara ser culpable, yo lo declaro culpable, usted estaría propenso a que yo lo declarara a deportación, exclusión de este país o que no le pudieran dar naturalización de este país. ¿Quiere usted continuar, seguir adelante?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
¿Tiene usted historial médico de problemas mentales?
Sí.
Yes.
What sort of problems?
¿Qué tipo de problemas?
HD.
¿El qué, perdón?
HDHD, hyperactive disorders, I think.
HDAD, like hyperactive disorder?
Sir, has that kept you from being able to speak to your attorney about this matter?
¿Y eso le ha prohibido usted hablar con sus abogados acerca de este asunto?
No.
No.
Have you been able to understand what your attorney has told you about your rights and options?
¿Y usted ha podido entender lo que su abogado le ha querido decir acerca de sus derechos y sus opciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you been able to make your attorney understand what you want to do in this case?
¿Y usted se ha hecho entender a su abogado lo que usted ha querido hacer en este caso?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Roberts, do you believe your client's competent to stand trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Señora Roberts, ¿cree que su cliente es competente para estar en este juicio? Sí, su señoría.
All right. Mr. Ernst, do you believe your client's competent to stand trial?
Yes, Your Honor, he is.
Señor Ernest, ¿usted cree que su cliente es competente para someterse a juicio? Sí, su señoría lo es.
Okay. All right, sir, you face two different charges. 19759, which I'm going to call the 19 case, and 2009100, which I'm going to call the 20 case.
Y señor Aguirre, usted está enfrentando dos casos, 19759, al que voy a llamar caso 19, y el 200900, al que voy a llamar caso 20.
In the 19 case, there are two different counts or offenses charged.
En el cargo 19, hay dos cargos, dos delitos.
Evading arrest or detention with a vehicle.
Evadir arresto, detención con un vehículo.
A third-degree felony.
Delito mayor de tercer grado.
And unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, a state jail felony.
Y uso no autorizado de vehículo automotor, delito mayor de cárcel estatal.
Specifically, it's alleged that in Frio County, on or about May 7th, 2019,
y específicamente, que se dice, en Frio County, 17 de mayo, 19.
At count 1, while using a vehicle, you intentionally fled from Isaac Garcia, a person you knew was a peace officer attempting to lawfully arrest or detain you?
Usando vehículo, usted intentó huir de Isaac García y usando legalmente usando vehículo de huir de él.
It's further alleged that you used or displayed a deadly weapon, a motor vehicle, when committing that offense.
Y también se alega que usted más adelante hizo un vehículo capacidad mortal, que es un vehículo automotor.
That alleges a third-degree felony punishable by 2 to 10 years confinement and a fine up to $10,000.
Y esto es un delito mayor de tercer grado con un confinamiento de con un rango de 2 a 10 años de castigo y una multa de hasta $10,000.
Count one, do you understand what you're charged with and the range of punishment?
¿Entiende usted el cargo 1 y el rango de castigo?
Sí.
Yes.
Count number 2, it's alleged that you intentionally or knowingly operated a motor-propelled vehicle, an automobile, without the effective consent of James Hines, the owner.
Y en el cargo número 2, intencionalmente y a sabiendas se dice que usted operó un vehículo operado por motor, sin el consentimiento de su propietario, James Hines.
That alleges a state jail felony punishable by confinement for 180 days to 2 years and a fine up to $10,000.
Y ese es el rango de castigo, es cárcel estatal, de un rango de 180 días hasta 2 años y una multa de hasta $10,000.
Count 2, do you understand what you're charged with, the range of punishment?
¿Entiende usted el cargo 2 de lo que se le acusa y su rango de castigo?
Sí.
Yes.
In the 20 case,
en el caso número 20,
you're charged with a state jail felony burglary of a building.
Se le acusa con un delito mayor del Estado, que es allanamiento de morada con fines delictivos.
It's alleged that in Frio County, on or about November 19th, 2019,
en el condado de Frio, noviembre 19 del 2019,
paragraph A, that with intent to commit theft, you entered a building or a portion of a building not open to the public without the effective consent of the city of Pearsall, the owner.
se alega en el párrafo 2 que con la intención de allanamiento de morada con fines delictivos usted entró a un edificio o porciones de un edificio sin consentimiento, que en este caso la ciudad de Pearsall.
Paragraph B alleges another way that you may have committed the same offense.
Y el párrafo B describe otra forma en que usted pudo haber cometido este delito o ofensa.
You intentionally and knowingly entered a building or a portion of a building without the effective consent of the city of Pearsall, the owner. Go ahead.
Entró en el párrafo B también intencionalmente y a sabiendas, entró usted a un edificio o parte del edificio sin el consentimiento adecuado de la ciudad de Pearsall.
And attempted to commit theft of property, light fixtures, toilets, and wires owned by the city.
Con intención de hurto o robo de aparatos de luz, cosas del baño y accesorios de baño y cables.
Alleges a state jail felony punishable by confinement for 180 days to 2 years and a fine up to $10 million.
Y el rango de castigo, que es un delito de cárcel estatal, de 180 días hasta 2 años y una multa de hasta $10 millones.
In the 20 case, do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
En el caso número 20, ¿entiende usted de cuál es el cargo y cuál es el rango de castigo?
Sí.
Yes.
I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature.
Voy a mostrarle unos documentos que parece ser que tienen su firma.
They're titled Admonitions to the Defendant for Plea to the Court.
Uno de estos es las amonestaciones del acusado para acuerdo de culpabilidad contra la corte.
I want to ask, in the 19 case, did you sign at paragraph 2.11?
Y le quiero preguntar si en el caso 19 firmó usted aquí donde dice párrafo 2.11.
Sí.
Yes.
And at paragraph 2.12?
Y en el párrafo 2.12.
Sí.
Yes.
At verification?
¿Y la verificación?
Sí.
Yes.
Certification of appeal?
¿Certificación de apelación?
Sí.
Yes.
Agreed punishment?
¿Castigo de acuerdo del castigo?
Sí.
Yes.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
¿Renuncia de conservación de evidencia también?
Sí.
Yes.
Discovery certificate?
¿Certificado de revelación de evidencias también?
Sí.
Yes.
In the 20 case, did you also sign at paragraph 2.11?
En el caso número 20 también firmó el párrafo 2.11.
Sí.
Yes.
Thought I'd put that in here. At paragraph 2.12?
En el párrafo 2.12.
Sí.
Yes.
Certificate of appeal?
¿Certificado de apelación también?
Sí.
Yes.
Agreed punishment?
¿Y el acuerdo del castigo?
Sí.
Yes.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
¿Renuncia de conservación de la evidencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Discovery certificate?
¿Certificado de revelación de evidencia?
Sí.
También. Yes.
Were these documents read or explained to you in the Spanish language before you signed them?
¿Y estos documentos se le leyeron y le explicaron en el idioma español antes de que usted los firmara?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you understand these documents before you signed them?
¿Y usted entendió lo que decían estos documentos antes de firmarlos?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, give me just a moment.
Permítame un momento.
And I want to return to the 97 case on verification. Is this your signature?
Regresando al caso 19, en la hoja de verificación, ¿es esta su firma?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm that everything above your signature on the paragraph that says verification is true and correct?
¿Usted jura o afirma que todo lo que está arriba, en el párrafo arriba de su firma, es verdadero y correcto?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
Is that in the 19 case and the 20 case?
Y este es en el caso 19, también así como en el 20.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. All right. On both cases, did you understand the papers before you signed them?
Y en ambos casos, ¿usted entendió los documentos antes de firmarlos?
Sí.
Yes.
In the 19 case, are you satisfied with the work that Ms. Roberts has done for you?
Y en el caso 19, ¿está usted satisfecha con el trabajo de la señorita Roberts?
Sí.
Yes.
In the 20 case, are you satisfied with the work that Mr. Ernst has done for you?
Y en el caso 20, ¿usted está satisfecho con el trabajo que el señor Ernst ha hecho por usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, do you believe your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
Yes, Your Honor.
Señorita Roberts, ¿entiende usted los derechos cree usted que su cliente entiende sus derechos, estipulaciones y consecuencias de su acuerdo? Sí, su señoría.
Okay. And Mr. Ernst, do you believe that in 100 case that your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence, and the consequences of his plea?
Yes, Your Honor, he does.
Señor Ernest, ¿cree usted que su cliente entiende los derechos que está renunciando, estipulaciones y consecuencias de ese acuerdo? Sí, su señoría.
Okay. All right. I will find in both cases that the defendant made his waivers of right and his stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them.
Y encuentro que en ambos casos el acusado hizo sus renuncias voluntariamente a sabiendas y los voy a aprobar.
All right. I'll ask you, sir, in the 19 case, count number 1, using a vehicle to flee from an officer, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Y le voy a preguntar si en el caso número 19, el cargo número 1, usar un vehículo para huir de un oficial, ¿cómo se declara culpable o no culpable?
Culpable.
Guilty.
And in cause number 20 case, count number 2 of the 19 case, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Y en el caso número 2 del caso 19, el uso no autorizado de un vehículo automotor, ¿cómo se declara usted? ¿Culpable o no culpable?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Okay. All right. Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargains with the state to get you to make these pleas?
¿Alguien le ha prometido algo a cambio de que usted se someta a este acuerdo de culpabilidad, a cambio de algo?
No.
No.
Has anyone harmed you or anyone close to you to get your pleas, for these pleas?
¿Alguien lo ha dañado o lo ha forzado a que usted firme estos acuerdos de culpabilidad?
No.
No.
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
¿Alguien le ha prometido que lo liberen tempranamente de su sentencia a cambio de estos acuerdos? No.
Okay. All right. I'll find that you made your pleas voluntarily and you're under any compulsion in making them. I'll accept them and I'll ask what evidence the state has.
It's Exhibit 1 and it's Attachment A in each case, the 19 and the 20.
Entiendo que eso
No objection in the 19.
ha sido voluntariamente y no compulsivamente en la evidencia del Estado número 1, en la evidencia del documento de prueba 1.
And no objections.
Y no hay objeciones.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments are admitted into evidence in both cases.
Sin objeciones, evidencias del Estado, documento de prueba 1 se admite.
Does everyone rest and close?
State does.
Todo el mundo descansa y cierra.
Defense does.
La defensa del Estado.
Defense rests.
I'm going to look at the, go ahead. I'm going to look at the offense reports in these cases. And looking back over, I still do not see that I have a interpreter certificate with Ms. Roberts' signature on it. So I'm going
Los
to
reportes de delitos.
parties to look for that.
La firma de la señorita, el reporte de la firma del intérprete en el documento de la señorita Roberts.
Your Honor, in the latest paperwork I sent you, it's page 5.
Okay, what's it titled?
Jesse Aguirre plea paperwork signed. I sent it just today.
In chat or email?
In chat.
Okay, I have at 11:10, I have Jesse Aguirre, I have 2009-100, Jesse Aguirre, and then it doesn't say anything else. That's a judgment. And at 11-17, I have Jesse Aguirre, and that's the judgment in one of the count 1 and 59. The documents I was going over were actually the ones from the 12th.
I can send you it again. My count, it says I sent it at 10:53.
I'm not doubting you, but it didn't make it.
Okay.
I go from 10:49 to 11:10. Nothing came in.
Okay. I don't see where I can add a file like I could earlier.
I couldn't email a file. I couldn't send a file in chat to Mr. King Dawes. I don't know. You want to email it to me, it's fine. And
I don't believe I have your email address, Your Honor. I can send it to the district clerk's office.
that's fine.
Okay.
Your phone has charged 90%.
You need to see me? All right, give me just a moment. Okay, I find there's enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt on all 3 counts. I need to talk to a couple of folks right quick. I'll be.
Necesito que es suficiente evidencia para sustanciar culpabilidad del acusado.
Come on, what is the matter with y'all? God, it's taking to me.
I'm back. Had my speaker muted if anybody was saying something.
Judge, I think Gerardo Trevino, one of that's the second, on the second page of the civil docket, it was dropped because failure to appear, but I think he just signed into the Zoom meeting.
Okay, I'll go back and look at that. Okay, where do we stand? Here's something from 1142 and 1144.
Your Honor,
Yes.
on this Keller matter, these two children have been sitting in the waiting room of my office for a while, and I'm hearing them grumble that they're hungry. Does the court want me just to send them all out to eat and we can come back after lunch, or how does the court want to do this?
That's great. I'll be here all day.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping I'm not going to have them here all day. So how does the court want me to do it? Because I don't want to.
1 o'clock? Unless
Yeah,
you're gonna be
1 o'clock works for me.
So 1, we got.
Okay. Then am I excused until that time?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I found there's enough evidence to find the defendant guilty in all 3 counts. Are both sides ready for sentencing?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Y encuentro que el acusado, lo encuentro que es acusado, todos los 3 cargos que se le acusan, ¿están todos listos? ¿Y su señoría?
Defense is ready.
¿Defensa lista?
Is there a pre-sentence investigation or a waiver of one?
There's a waiver of one.
¿Hay alguna investigación precondenatoria o una renuncia? Sí hay una, su señoría.
Okay. What are the plea bargains in these cases?
Your Honor, in the 19 cause number, the plea bargain in count 1 is 2 years confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the Institutional Division, and court costs in the amount of $249. In count 2, the plea bargain agreement is 12 months confinement in the state jail facility, and he is to pay restitution in the amount of $5,000 to the victim. He is to receive credit for all the time that he served on this case, which we show is 239 days. And it is to run concurrent with any other case.
Sorry, if you can make it a little bit short so I can interpret. Sorry. Su señoría, en el caso 19, cargo número 1 serían 2 años de confinamiento en el Instituto Divisional Correccional de Cárceles de Texas y un cargo de $249. En el cargo número 2, 12 meses en cárcel estatal y una fianza de $5,000 la multa como restitución a la víctima y un crédito de hasta 239 días. Thank you.
Yes, and it is to run concurrently with any other case he may currently be serving.
Y deberá servir concurrente o simultáneo con cualquier otro de los casos que tenga ahorita de los cargos.
Your Honor, in the 20 cause number, the plea bargain agreement is 12 months confinement in a state jail facility, $249 in court costs, and 30 days credit.
Y en el caso número 20, el cargo número son 12 meses de confinamiento en cárcel estatal, costos de la corte por $249 y 30 días de confinamiento.
Sorry, is that your agreement with the state?
Señora Aguirre, ¿es su acuerdo con el Estado? Yes.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
¿Y el abogado del Estado dejó algo fuera, dejó todo bien o estuvo todo bien?
Sí, estuvo todo bien.
Everything was all right.
The defendant have charges from other counties?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I believe these are it.
Okay, so is he just in Bandera County because that's where Frio County has him placed?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Your Honor, we don't have a jail to hold any of my inmates, so they're.
I know, I didn't know if, I didn't remember Bandera being used a whole lot from Frio County.
Yes, it is.
All right, anything else on either side?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
Nada del Estado, nada de la defensa.
Okay, I will find I have enough evidence to make a decision in this case without the pre-sentence investigations. I will follow the plea bargain agreements. In the 19 cause number, I'll find the defendant guilty of the third-degree felony offense of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, of evading arrest or detention with a vehicle, and sentence him to 2 years confinement.
En el caso número 19 voy a encontrar al acusado culpable en el delito mayor, felonía de tercer grado, por repetir arresto, 2 años de confinamiento en la cárcel.
Plus court cost.
A los costos de la corte.
And in count number 2, I'll find him guilty of a state jail felony, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle.
Y en el número 2, cárcel estatal, uso no autorizado de un vehículo automotor culpable.
And sentence him to 12 months confinement.
12 meses de confinamiento de sentencia.
Restitution. And how many people are due restitution?
Restitución.
There's only one person, Your Honor, and it's for the unauthorized use on the 19 cause number.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it sounded like the pickup truck was crashed into some other RVs or something. I didn't know if there was restitution to anyone else.
It was, and no one ever gave us any other information on it.
Okay. All right. And in the 20 cause number, I'll find him defendant guilty of the state jail felony burglary of a building and sentence him to 12 months confinement in a state jail facility plus court cost. Go ahead.
Y en el caso número 20 voy a encontrar al acusado culpable, cárcel estatal, por allanamiento de morada con fines delictivos a un edificio. Voy a imponerle sentencia de 12 meses en cárcel estatal, más costos de la corte.
In both cases, the defendant will receive credit for all the time he spent so far in jail on these charges.
Y en ambos casos, el acusado recibirá crédito por el tiempo que ha pasado en la cárcel por estos cargos.
All right. Is there any legal reason why sentence should not now be imposed?
No, Your Honor.
¿Una razón legal por la que la sentencia no puede ser impuesta en este momento? No, su señoría.
All right. It is the order, judgment, decree to be taken by the sheriff of Frio County and transported to the authorized receiving agent, the Department of Criminal Justice. In the first case, she'll be confined for periods of 2 years and 12 months. And in the second case, the 20 case, for 12 months. Those sentences will run concurrently with each other and any other sentences you may be under, and you'll receive credit for all the time you have spent in jail on each respective charge, plus the court cost and restitution.
Se ordena forma de decreto judicial del condado de Frío y el Departamento de Correccional Juvenil en el cargo número 1, 2 años y 12 meses, cargo número 2, 12 meses, y estas sentencias serán consecutivas. Y restitución, costos de la cárcel. Costos de la cárcel.
And actually, sir, I need to back up for a moment and I'll let you know that do you understand that the plea bargain you have worked out with the state that I don't have to follow those?
Y sí, de hecho, señora Riggi, necesito regresar. ¿Entiende usted que ese acuerdo de culpabilidad que usted ha trabajado en el Estado, no necesariamente estoy forzado, obligado a seguirlo? ¿Entiende usted eso?
Sí.
Yes.
If I had decided not to follow the plea bargains, I would have withdraw your plea.
Y si yo hubiera decidido no seguir, usted hubiera podido retirar su acuerdo de culpabilidad.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand, sir, that because I have followed the plea bargain that you've worked out with the state, you may not appeal either of these cases.
Y entiende usted que como es seguido ese acuerdo de culpabilidad, usted no podrá retirar ese acuerdo de culpabilidad. ¿Entiende usted eso? Ni apelar los casos.
Sí, sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
All right. I'll find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily also.
También encuentro que he hecho sus renuncias después del juicio voluntariamente y a sabiendas e intencionalmente.
And I will approve those, and I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you may not appeal because this is a plea bargain.
Lo voy a aprobar y a certificar y la Corte de Apelaciones no podrá apelarlos porque es un acuerdo de culpabilidad. Usted no puede apelar en estos casos.
Okay, and do I have the judgment in count 2 of the 19 case?
Your Honor, we did all of the judgments again this morning to reflect today's date and the day's credit, and they were emailed to the district clerk's office.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we sent them through chat to you.
I only received the 20 case judgment in count 1 of the 19 case. Okay. And who's going to get the thumbprints? Anyone? Is there anyone there at Bandera County?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, can I get you to take a thumbprint from Mr. Aguirre and either electronically or just on paper and then scan it and email it to us or post it in chat?
I can try. I'm not sure how to scan it to the chat though, sir.
Okay. Give me Okay, and I want to ask the district clerk's office and the judgments get to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
How did the judgments get to me? You posted them in chat. Did you print them out and then scan them in?
Yes. Yes, the judgment, yes, on one of them. It was the 19/7/59.
Okay.
And then the 29/100 we sent through chat as well. But I can resend the 100 one if that's the one you're missing.
I need count 2 of the 19.
And that is the one we do not have. We're checking our files and we're checking our emails, and we
Right.
only have count 1.
All right, Ms. Cronson, you want to just send that straight to me? I'll make sure I've got everything signed here.
I forwarded those judgments for count 1 and 2 to your email, Judge.
Thank you.
And Stephanie, count 1 and 2 were emailed together.
I just saw that, so whoever printed and gave it to me, they only gave me count 1. I do apologize.
That's okay.
All right, and another time, if you'll just post them straight to chat, But that'll save you from having to print them and scan them. Give me just a moment. Having computer. Okay, and I have the judgments in the 19 case from Ms. Carranza. I've got those ready to go. Where do we stand on thumbprints? Are we close on thumbprints?
We haven't received any paperwork.
Okay, are you able to, if we shoot you something in a PDF through chat, are you able to download that right there? Let me.
I could download it, but I won't be able to print it from this computer because I'm not in the office.
Okay, okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll just go ahead and sign these without the thumbprints. I'll send them to the district clerk's office, and the state and the defense and the clerks will have to get together and get these matched up later. Do we need to do something different, or is that going to work? Hello?
Yes.
I think that'll work, Judge. I don't know how else to do it if they don't have a way to print out whatever you're sending them.
Unless I give you an email, you can email it to us. We can print it off, have them do a thumbprint, email it back.
That'll work, but we can do that offline. I'll ask you in the clerk's office or the clerk's office to get together with you.
Okay.
And just so you'll have it too, I also sent you just a thumbprint. Okay, so I just sent the thumbprint to everyone. Let me sign the judgments and I will post all of those.
Oh, yeah. They're wrapping it up though.
What's the first one?
All right, all of the Aguirre waivers and Judgment should have just been filed. All right, I wanted to get that done. Do we need Mr. Ramos for anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and how many more pleas do we have?
Judge, we were trying to finish the plea on Amber Barnett. We started it last week. She's the one that had a CPS case. I don't know where Kyle's at, but I thought he had gotten that squared away. And then we have a Donald Fletcher and a Jose Hernandez.
Okay, I'm going to try and do the civil hearing on the power line case in Wilson County. Well, y'all are working on that, so I can get them out of here. I was just trying to get this one done because of the interpreter, and then we'll come back and finish up the pleas and then the bigger hearings. All right, Mendez versus Guadalupe Valley.
Your Honor, are we excused?
Yes, you're excused.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. And let me ask-
Interpreter?
Yes, you're excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Will someone post whatever I need to look at to me in chat as far as documents? Motion response?
I have a folder with our motion, defendant's response, and our reply. I can upload the folder.
It's kind of wonky with Zoom and large documents. Can you send me a link to that in Dropbox or?
Let's see. Hey, Harold. Your Honor, I have my co-counsel. Do you want me to go ahead? Do you want to look at that first, or can he send it while we're discussing?
I'd like to have it.
Okay, let me see. Let me look at that.
Mr. McCurdy, did you have a response?
Your Honor, yes, I filed a response. Ms. Rogers filed a reply, and so we have those that have been filed.
I'll include.
I'm not sure how to get those to you. Quite frankly, I can go get one of my assistants who maybe can do that.
I can upload it on Dropbox like Your Honor requested, all three.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, James Ramsey, I'm representing one of the other defendants, GVEC, in this matter. We have an interest in it. I think can't we just upload the file itself in the chat window?
If it's not too, yes. If it's very voluminous, Roger said she had an entire, it sounded like it was big. If it's big, it'll jam up and it won't go through.
These aren't too big. I just uploaded the motion, the response, and the reply.
Those they went through on my end, James. Thank you.
Does that include?
What I didn't attach was the exhibits, which included an affidavit that's at issue.
I've got those exhibits. I'll upload them.
Okay.
But
okay.
Yours are included in your actual response, if I remember correctly. It's all one PDF, whereas mine are separate PDFs.
James, have you also uploaded the amended motion and our response to that amended motion?
You know, I only uploaded the amended documents. I did not upload the originals.
Is it possible for you to upload our original response to the original motion? Because that
yes, I can do that right now.
I did not include another copy of the affidavit in the response to the amended motion.
I just uploaded, but the version that got filed, I guess the exhibits got filed separately. So I'm gonna have to upload that exhibit separate. Hold on.
Thank you, James.
Okay, I've got my exhibits to my reply in there.
Your Honor, may I ask you a question real quick? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I'm here in Pearsall with Fletcher. He's already done all the plea paperwork. If you're gonna do a civil hearing, is it okay if we log back on in about an hour or so at my office in San Antonio?
They announced about 30 minutes. I don't think it's going to take very long. Does he need to be there to report to probation and get thumbprints anyway?
He's already done that. If you could get us in 30 minutes, that's fine. I'll tell him to hold his horses.
Well, I can't promise. I'm happy for you to do that. Just, you may be behind somebody else when you come back, but.
Oh, okay. So if we do that, you're okay with it?
I'm happy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I just uploaded your 2 exhibits, Roger.
Thank you, James.
All right, I'm looking at that. At the All right, go ahead, Mr. Shears.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm not sure if you recall, but we were here in front of you in August. At that point, we had been trying for months then to schedule part 2 of this inspection. And at that time as well, Hubble was the lone defendant resisting. If you recall, I recall you saying, I expect y'all to have something worked out by October. If you don't, come back and see me. So here we are. All parties, with the exception of Hubble, there are 4 remaining defendants at this time, Your Honor. Hubble's the only defendant who has indicated any objection to proceeding with this inspection. It is the next step in this case. It's necessary for us to move forward and for our experts to complete their evaluation, render opinions, and author reports. Let me just briefly remind you of the facts. My client is the volunteer fire chief in Nixon, Texas. He was electrocuted. He responded to a fire. He touched a cattle fence that had come in contact with a down power line that fell because an automatic splice broke. Okay. In March of this year, the parties and their experts got together and they conducted the first inspection. The experts inspected the splice that broke as well as an exemplar splice. They were not able to finish the inspection. There were other parts that everyone agreed they wanted to analyze, in particular 2 other splices that were on that span of power line that fell. All experts agreed to reconvene and finish the expert at another time. I've included in my reply an affidavit from our metallurgy expert, Dr. Rosti, that explains to the court what exactly was done, what it needs to be done, and why. We have been trying for more than 8 months now to reschedule this inspection so the experts can finish. Our expert designation deadlines have been pushed once. We now have a deadline in February, and this needs to be finished so they can author reports. Hubble's asking to continue the delay so that their representative can attend, not their expert, their company rep. He doesn't wish to travel because of COVID, and I understand the strain with COVID, but he is the only person who cannot attend. I also attached to my reply the sign-in sheet from the last inspection. Hubble sent an attorney, 2 Hubble employees, and their retained expert, Rex Claxton. Hubble filed an affidavit for Mr. Egan, their company rep, saying, I am the sole Hubble employee designated by Hubble to perform inspections and or testing of the Hubble product for failure analysis purpose. That may be the case internally, if they're doing an internal project to do it. But here, he did not do the inspection. He did not handle the device. He didn't do the microscopy. He didn't do the elemental analysis. He is merely an employee of a defendant who asks to attend the analysis. It was their expert who's actually doing the inspection. And I haven't seen anything from defendant Hubble indicating that their expert is unable or unwilling to attend this part 2 of this inspection. Like I said, there are 3 other defendants in addition to Hubble. Each of them is here represented by counsel today. It is my understanding that none of them have any objection and in fact want to schedule the inspection as do their experts. If I'm mistaken about that, I invite them to correct me if that's not their position. But the bottom line is the experts have to complete this inspection to move forward. They already agreed to do this. Everyone said we need to come back at the last inspection. And Hubble's already caused an 8-month delay here. And we're requesting that this delay stops. The parties' experts can finish the inspection so we can move forward.
All right. Yes, sir. In response?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Roger McCleary on behalf of Defendant Hubble Power Systems. Actually, it has been COVID-19 that has caused a delay in this case, although we will also suggest to the court that the particular splice called the GL402 splice involved in this accident has been inspected, actually on more than one occasion, and was tested along with the line associated with it, and an exemplar splice during the March 6th inspection. So what we're talking about is inspecting other splices or parts, as I understand it. No one alleges were involved in this accident. And since the March 6th inspection, obviously the world has changed, unfortunately for all of us. This case, Your Honor, is set for trial in June of next year. I'm more than happy to work with Aaron and other parties on extending dates and deadlines, extending the trial date if necessary. We have provided the court with exhibits and evidence in support of our objections and concerns to proceeding with this inspection. In Houston, the inspection was performed and is proposed to be performed by Ms. Roziers within the next 21 days. And the information we provided to the court indicates that we have had a spike of COVID-19 in the Houston area. We're experiencing a 3rd wave of COVID. An infectious disease professor at UTMB says we're barreling towards a crisis at rapid speed. Our Harris County judge, Your Honor, has designated Harris County at COVID-19 threat level 1, which is stay home. And unfortunately, Your Honor, Mr. John Egan, who is, as Ms. Roziers told you, in fact, Your Honor, I have a declaration if I could share screen with you, if that would be.
Go ahead.
And all right, Your Honor, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I thought I attached the Harris County threat level exhibit, but that may not have been attached to our filings. But this is a copy of the webpage from the Harris County Judges readyharris.org website, reflecting that today we're at a stay home level, which means a severe and uncontrolled level of COVID-19 in Harris County, where this lab is located. Meaning outbreaks are present and worsening, and basically saying we should stay home. The affidavit we have filed, Your Honor, confirms that Mr. Egan, an engineer with Hubble, and I won't go through the whole thing, however, he is the sole Hubble employee designated to perform inspections and or testing of the Hubble products for failure analysis purposes. And as he states in his declaration, unfortunately, he's 64, he's overweight, has type 2 diabetes, and that puts him at risk for serious and potentially life-threatening symptoms if he becomes infected with COVID-19. So we're asking, Judge, that this be put off until at some later date when we can perform this inspection safely, if it is going to be performed. And we reiterate, Your Honor, that we don't think it's necessary because the actual splice and line involved in this case have already been inspected, and I don't think anyone suggested that hasn't been completed. This is just to inspect some other splice equipment that was not the splice involved in this accident. So that's why we've been unable to provide dates and don't agree to the request for an inspection in the next 21 days, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else from any other party?
Your Honor, James Ramsey. I'm with GVEC. We're the utility that had the down power line. I would say we need to move forward with this, and I think there's some compromises that we can make to make it work using video or relocating to a location that's safer. I'm open. We're open to any of those options.
Your Honor, Mr. Egan lives in Alabama, number one. Number two, the declaration we filed confirms that he is not a, by the way, he did participate in the inspection back in March. And his declaration confirms that he needs to be there in person to effectively participate in the inspection. So a remote inspection is not something that's practical or effective for him. And we've provided his declaration to that effect. Once again, given the COVID situation, we see no urgency when we're all going to work. I'm sure we would all agree to work with Ms. Rozier's. I don't want to jam up her expert designation deadlines, and I'll work with her on that. And so that's not an issue. I've got an individual that my client is very concerned about protecting, whose life could literally be put in jeopardy by this inspection.
Is that going to change?
I hope to God, like we all do, it does, Your Honor. We're hearing that there's a vaccine coming out. Obviously, we have a spike here in the Harris County area. Hopefully that will go down. It could go down sufficiently where this could be safely inspected. I would propose that right now, certainly now is not the time with this crisis and the spike in the Harris County area. Whether that changes, and if it does, certainly happy to talk with Ms. Rozier's if the court does direct us to go ahead with this inspection, even though the subject splice has already been inspected.
All right. I think we need to move forward. I'll order that the inspection take place within 21 days. Ask that the parties cooperate, and if you need an emergency hearing, come back to see me on making it available to the defendants, either a designee that they send out or expert. And I would cautiously entertain a request if there's something that is, if the defendant makes all reasonable attempts to participate either by sending someone else or by doing it through video. If that doesn't work out and he believes he needs to be able to do something in the future, I would entertain a suggestion about that. By that I mean if the defendant's expert from Alabama, whose affidavit I have here, needs to see something in person, later I would entertain that. But for the time being, I'll order that it take place within the next 21 days.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have submitted an order to the court. If you'd like, I can upload it to the chat if that's easier.
I would prefer that. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
This is a second today. We didn't contemplate this for the first one. I assume that the parties then are free to discuss among themselves the costs associated with the second inspection that we didn't complete the first time.
I have no dog in that fight.
Thank you.
I would much prefer, yes, that y'all work that out.
We will.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I will wait for that to come, and then I'm going to go back through the criminal docket. Sonny Viesca, did he ever show up?
Your Honor, are we excused?
Yes.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor. Stay safe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, what did you say?
Sonny Viesca, number 1 on page 1.
I don't believe he did.
He never showed up, Judge.
Okay. Juan Garcia is 12-3. Mr. Fletcher, did he and Adrian take off to go to Adrian's office?
No, he should be there, right?
He just left, so I think if you announce his name, he should get on.
Well, Adrian, if you're hear me, and or if you're listening to your phone, you want to go back to the office, if not, we'll see you. Oh, Donald Fletcher entered the waiting room. Jose Hernandez?
He's here, Judge.
Okay, are we doing something with him today?
Yes, Your Honor, he's a motion to revoke. He'll be a plea of true with a reset for a long PSI.
Okay. Stephen Garcia?
He is in custody in Zavala County. We have an agreement. I have been trying to get Sean Keen Dawes to give me his email address, but I don't have it to send him some paperwork.
Okay, I can give it to you. Well, yeah. Can I give it to you now or just in chat?
Send it to me on the chat, please.
Okay, thanks.
All right, hold on. Things are moving around. Amber Barnett, we're hopefully about to finish up. Elias Salinas, did he ever show up?
Elias Salinas, I don't think so.
No, Your
Judge.
Honor.
He did not.
Who is
From
this,
what I
Judge?
understand.
Salinas?
Right. He did
Elias,
not show
yes.
up.
Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Nice eye. Arturo Martinez?
Your Honor, Michael Zamora, I was appointed today for Mr. Martinez. I did confer with him. He was telling me that he has been diagnosed with pneumonia. I guess he's got some medical conditions. I don't know how the court is handling all this stuff in light of COVID. I don't know if the court wants me to file like a writ or something for him, or if the court would consider that today. I have conferred with Mr. Lamb, and he's opposed to doing anything by agreement. So.
Thank you. All right. Okay. We can have whatever hearing we need to have. All right, the PSI I already have on this case, I believe. And is the jail trying to get him out because they think he has COVID, or?
Well, it's my understanding he has been in and out of the jail and has pneumonia. I think he's been already seen by ER doctor there at Frio Regional Hospital. But I don't believe he's got COVID.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misheard. All right, Jesse Reyes. What date did he get? Mr. Baez, this is his attorney?
Yes, Judge.
We show 12/17, district clerks.
Thank you. It's probably in chat somewhere, but.
Who was that? Judge, I missed that name. I'm sorry.
Jesse Reyes.
I have 1/7/2021. He signed a waiver of arraignment.
All right, 1/7.
And I think that was placed in chat as well, Judge.
Probably, but there's no easy way to.
I know.
Okay, Aguirre, final judgment. Esquivel, previously dismissed. Frausto, 12-3. Dollins.
I have 12-3.
Ruben Ramirez.
I show 12-3.
Yes.
Peralta.
Show 1-7.
Martinez.
It's Michael's guy.
All right. Mr. Zamora?
Yes, Your Honor. I would make the same announcement. That's Arturo Martinez that I was.
Oh, same guy. Okay. Okay, we'll wait for a hearing then.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes. All right, looks like you've frozen up, Mr. Roberts. Charles Lloyd Morales.
Judge, that was appointed to Adrian Pettis, and
Right.
Adrian was unclear where Mr. Morales is and what dates he's being given.
I have no idea where he is.
I don't either. I don't know how the
Well, he was
appointment,
here.
I don't know how the
And I
affidavit
think
got
he's in the
sent over.
courtroom. I think he's in the courtroom, but I'm not certain.
Your Honor, I'm still here in Pearsall. I got appointed to the case, and the clerks told me that he wasn't here. He didn't have a date, and I was waiting to see how that works and what we do about it.
How did the affidavit get done for you to get, for an appointment to be done?
He sent it by fax to us.
Okay, so he's not present. He's
No, Your Honor.
because it says he failed to appear on 9/23. Okay, well, when he is apprehended, Mr. Perez is his attorney. Darren Shackelford.
I spoke to Mr. King Dawes. It's a reset to 1-7.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, Aguirre was a final judgment. Pichardo, did that person appear?
No, Your Honor.
Nasai and Peralta?
That is the same one from the other page, and we show 1-7.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes,
could I ask about Mr. Salinas?
yes.
I know this gentleman, and we tried to call him. I was appointed on November the 12th, I believe. We don't have a phone number for him. We don't have anything for him. I don't know if he knows about this or not.
It's an MTR. I don't know what probation has to say.
Judge, that was the day that he was not here because we found out that he was arrested and taken to Laurel Ridge. Since then, he has been released.
All right, did he get notice of today's date?
No, Judge, we just put him on this date to monitor the case.
Okay, let's give him. Can we
He
do
was
it?
usually pretty good about showing up. Judge. I don't know.
Okay,
I tried to call him.
Okay, does he have a mailing address?
He was
I
living
don't have
at
it.
one of the hotels, Judge, but he has since been evicted, so I'm not sure where he's staying.
Okay. All right. So was 12/3. Let's do a clerk's letter for 12/3. I mean, that's about all we can do. Give him an opportunity to have notice.
I'll do the best I can to find him, Judge.
Right. Okay, so we're ready on pleas for anyone?
I believe Donald Fletcher's ready, Jose Hernandez is ready, and I know Amber Barnett has been ready, but now I don't know if she's on or not, if Upton County is still on.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
I don't see them anywhere.
I don't either.
I know they were having a real hard time staying on, so I'm not sure what happened.
All right, is anyone on from, I think Wilson County went to lunch. but I'm going to post the order. I was looking for Wilson County.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, did that second order that I sent come through? On the
Give me a moment, please. All right. Did the second order on what?
on Mendez, I sent an incorrect one, and then I sent a second one at 10:43.
All right, I have dozens of documents here. What are we talking about?
The Mendez order. I just wanted to make sure before I got off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, at 10:43 or 12:43.
I'm sorry. I'm in California right now, so 12:40.
Well, okay.
It was an early.
Okay, I'd already done one, so we need to do the other. Do this.
I sent one at 10:40. I'm sorry. I sent one at 10:33, and I said, Your Honor, that is incorrect. I will fix and resend. And then I sent it again at 10:40. Sorry,
Okay.
someone else. 10:43. 10:40. 12:40.
Okay, I'm downloading it right now. Yes, I had just posted that, but I'll go back.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
That's not voice to clean it. Oh, okay. Oh, pause on it. Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am, bye-bye. You too, bye-bye.
Okay, there's the second order. I just posted that.
Okay. Posted it.
To chat.
Okay.
Did it go through?
I don't see anything, but I can follow up with Miss Riley on it as well.
Well, let me try it again.
I see it. I see it on there. It's Russell Wilson to everyone at 12:43, Aaron.
Well, no, that's the last one.
Oh, that's the last one. Oh, okay. I don't see the other one then.
Yes, I see it now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Be excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Riley.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You as well.
Okay. So Fletcher. Okay. Okay, I have judgments on Fletcher. Do I have the waivers?
You should have everything, sir.
Okay. What time were the waivers sent?
I'll need the clerks to answer that. It was, I believe, close to 9:30 this morning.
Yeah, they were there in person, so I'm not sure where everything's at.
I sent them just a while ago, but let me double check on my end. I don't...
All right.
We're sending them right now, Judge. Sorry about that.
I've got to tell you, they only leave the PDFs accessible for a certain period of time. The earliest document I can recover right now is 11:10 a.m. Anything that was sent to me before that is no longer in chat. I don't know how that works or why. All right, how many cases does Mr. Fletcher have?
We're pleading on one, Your Honor, dismissing one.
Okay, are there,
Your Honor, he has one case and we'll dismiss the 82. He's pleading on the 83.
all right. Are both sides ready in State versus Donald Fletcher?
Yes, Your Honor, state's ready.
Defense ready.
And Mr. Fletcher, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you Donald Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
Is that your true and correct name?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Fletcher, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, sir.
And are you a United States citizen?
Yes, sir.
All right, despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to caution you that if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and or a denial of naturalization benefits. Do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
Yes, sir.
What sort of issues?
Depression, PTSD, sir.
All right, you can put your hand down.
Thank you, sir.
Those issues kept you from being able to communicate with your attorney about this matter?
No, sir.
All right. Have you been able to understand what Mr. Perez has told you about what your options are?
Yes, sir.
All right, counsel, you've been able to make him understand what it is you want to do?
Absolutely, Your Honor. We've met multiple times. I have no doubt that he understands everything.
Okay. All right. Just a moment. All right, sir. And yeah, let me go ahead and ask the state attorney what the plea bargain is in this case.
Your Honor, the plea bargain is to a lesser included offense of a state jail felony theft of a firearm. It's 2 years confinement in a state jail facility, suspended and probated for a period of 4 years. There's a fine of $1,000, restitution in the amount of $2,700 payable to the victim, Raymond Fritz. Probation fee $60 per month. Court costs $261. Community service hours 200 hours at 16 hours per month. There's a $25 PSI fee a $50 drug test fee, an education, drug, and alcohol evaluation, and follow all recommendations.
All right, sir, you heard what was read in the record by the state's attorney. Is that your agreement with the state?
Yes, sir.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out? Was there anything in your agreement that the state's attorney should have said that she did not?
No, sir.
Was there anything the state's attorney said that was not part of your agreement?
No, sir.
No. I need to tell you that the offense that you're agreeing to plead guilty or no contest to is a state jail felony, which is punishable by confinement for 180 days to 2 years and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. And the underlying offense is a second-degree burglary of a habitation, which is alleged to have been committed on or about November the 26th, 2015. So do you understand what you would be pleading to, the state jail felony of theft of a firearm? Understand that, sir? And that it's a punishable by 180 days to 2 years confinement and a fine not to exceed $10,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on me. I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will let you withdraw your plea.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if I do follow the plea bargain agreement and the sentence I impose is not more on you than what you've agreed to, do you understand that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, I'm going to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Admonitions, Waivers, Stipulation, Confession, and Agreement. And let me ask, on page 2 of the agreed punishment recommendations, is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
And on 2.11 of the, pardon me, paragraph 2.3, confusingly, the second paragraph 2.3 of the waivers, is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
And also where it says verification?
Yes, sir.
And do you swear or thing that appears where it says verification is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you also sign on the waiver of right of appeal
Yes, Your Honor.
and the certification of appeal
Yes, sir.
and on the discovery compliance certificate
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
and on the, okay. All right. Did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with the work that Mr. Perez has done for you?
Quite sure. Yes, sir. I am.
Okay. And I need to ask, counsel, do you believe your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll find that the defendant made his waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. And I will approve them. And I'll ask you, sir, to the offense alleged in the plea bargain, the lesser included offense of theft of a firearm, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
All right. Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you for your plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, I'll find that you made your plea voluntarily and you're not under any compulsion in making it, and I'll accept it. And I'll ask,
Thank you.
the state has?
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 1, it's Attachment A.
No objections, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments A, its attachments are not attached to the documents I was given. So if someone would get those to me, I'd appreciate it.
They were included with the plea pack, Judge, so I don't know. Adrian, did you
Okay.
turn them in?
I've got
Yes, I have
14.
We're sending them right now.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge, our system was acting up, but it's sent.
Okay. Okay. What page does the firearm start on?
I don't know, Judge. I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Probably in the middle of that giant pack is a Pearsall police report. And it is dated March 20th of 2016.
Okay.
And it talks about the stolen firearm from Mr. Fritz's residence. And at the very end of that giant pack that was sent to you are the pawn tickets where it shows the rifle was pawned and Mr. Fletcher was the person that pawned it.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for punishment?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready.
All right, is there a pre-sentence investigation?
There is, Judge. I've seen it. I have no objections.
All right, let me go and pull that. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. We already know what the plea bargain is.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I take it the reimbursement is mainly for the checks?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, where has Mr. Fletcher been the past few years?
Judge, he's telling me that he never moved. He lived in the same, well, he lived in San Antonio. He's just saying he never got a court date. Is that right, Mr. Fletcher?
That's right, sir. I never received any documentation or any court papers.
Okay. Have you had any other criminal charges in this time period?
No, sir, none.
Okay. Hey, and have you done something to address the cocaine habit that you indicated to the officers was why you were needing money so desperately?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else on either side?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll find I have enough evidence to make a ruling without a, no, I have a pre-sentence investigation. I will follow the plea bargain in this case. I'll find the defendant guilty and sentence him of the state jail felony underlying offense and sentence him to 2 years confinement, the court cost, community service hours, and restitution as agreed to with the state. You understand that because I followed the plea bargain agreement in this case, sir, that you've waived the right to appeal when you may not appeal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them, and I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you've waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal. Now, you understand, sir, that you're going to have a probation officer in Frio County, but it's my expectation if you're living in San Antonio, that you will have a probation officer in Bexar County also.
Yes, sir.
You will be reporting in Bexar County, I expect, but the officer who's going to make a decision on whether or not to send a report to the district attorney's office saying that you have or have not been violating the rules, that's the officer in Frio County. And because you're going to be off in Bexar County, there's not a whole lot the officer in Frio County can do to check up on you. By that, I mean, if you were local, they could stop by your house, they could stop by your place of work, they could do a lot of things. As it is, because you are going to be in Bexar County, if they're getting pieces of paper from Bexar County that say that you're breaking the rules, they're not going to have a whole lot of choice but to send a report about that effect to the district attorney's office. The other thing I want to tell you is if the absolutely only thing you're not doing correctly is that you're not paying 100% of the fees and fines and restitution you're supposed to be paying on time, you're not going to be brought back and found guilty or, pardon me, have your probation revoked and sent off to prison just for that. I'm not telling you it's not important to make the payments you've agreed to make. It's very important to make those payments. But if you have to have an opportunity to make larger payments towards the end of the time that you're on probation, or if you absolutely have more time in order to make all the payments you have to make, you could even have you could either make larger payments towards the end of the time you're on probation, or if we had to, we could extend the amount of time you're on probation. So make certain that whatever else you do, that you show up and you report to your probation officer. What I'm saying is do not fail to report to your probation officer just because you don't want to tell them you don't have the money, okay?
Yes, sir. I understand.
All right, that concludes this matter. Let me get these documents signed up and I will get them to clerk and everyone in just a moment.
Judge, with your permission, I'm going to sign on a different device if you could give me about 60 seconds. Is that okay?
Yes, take your time.
Okay, thank you.
Come on, machine. Right, and Letty, you need to take a break right now? No. I'm sorry, Letty. I said Letty. My brain is vapor locked this afternoon. Lachey, do you need to take a break?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
We'll come back in 15 minutes. Let's make that 26 after the hour. I'm going to finish signing these, and then we'll come back and work on pleas and civil cases.
Okay, Judge, thanks. He called me Letty. Letty, do you need a break?
I'm sorry.
And I'm thinking, okay, maybe he's talking to me. I don't know.
Frio County Jail, I've assigned you on a breakout room 2. If you can click on the button to go into breakout room 2, Frio County Jail. Thank you. Michael Zamora is waiting for his client.
All right, I just posted the waivers and the judgment on Mr. Fletcher. I need a motion to dismiss on whatever the other case is.
You've actually already signed that motion to dismiss, Your Honor. It was signed earlier on another day, I believe.
Okay.
What popped up here? You're being invited, and then you click on it. It hasn't yet.
Frio County Jail, do y'all get the link to Did y'all get the link to, the invite to go into breakout room 2?
No, ma'am,
No?
not yet, not yet.
I'm gonna move y'all to breakout room 4, okay?
Okay. Nothing's
Should get an
popping up.
invite.
Yes, but nothing's popping up.
I'm talking to her right now. She's trying to put us in breakout room 4.
Give me a second.
On the bottom, it says nothing.
Dawes, I'm trying to get you into a room with Zavala County. Let me see where everybody's at.
Okay, thanks, Lori.
Y'all were already assigned to breakout room 16. I'm gonna move y'all to join, room 17. Sean Dawes and Zavala County Sheriff's Office, if y'all will accept the breakout room to join 17.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing coming out. The first thing they did, it went through, but there's nothing right now.
Lori, this is Michael Zamora. I needed a room with the Frio Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, I've invited them, but they're not getting on. I'm not sure what the problem is, so.
Okay, yeah, because I kept bouncing around. I wasn't sure if I was doing something right or wrong.
Right
or
here, I'm right here, but I'm not, I don't get no invitation.
I had to move you from one room to the other so I could get them in another room to click on the button. I'm not sure what the problem is. Frio County, I'm gonna move y'all to breakout room 1. There should be a pop-up to invite you. Please click on that. And then Mr. Zamora, I'll move you as soon as they accept, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody in there with you, helping you?
Yes, there's no pop-up coming out.
There's no pop-up coming up. I remember the first time the way it popped up and it hasn't popped up this time.
There's if you go to the bottom little line where there's the mute, start video and stuff, do you
Yeah.
see a breakout room?
There's not one there.
There's nothing.
Oh, right here, right here. No,
Click
right here.
that breakout room and see which one it sends you
You've been
to.
assigned to breakout room 1. Join breakout room.
Okay, I'm gonna send you, Mr. Zamora to that room as well, breakout
Yes,
room
ma'am.
1. Thank you, Kenny.
You're welcome.
Lori, I see that Sean King Dawes reset Stephen Garcia for 1217. Is he gone now?
I'm sorry, I'm talking without unmuting. Sean Keen, Dawes is in a breakout room with Zavala County.
Okay, did he get that December 17th date from you, or is that just what he's posting?
That's the date he got from me.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you.
Yes. So Leslie, we just have Jose Hernandez, right? Amber Barnett, Arturo Martinez, which is Zamora's talking to him.
Great. So Amber Barnett, Jose Hernandez are both pleas, and Arturo Martinez, I think Michael is and Kenny might have to have a hearing, or I'm not exactly sure what they're doing.
Okay, good deal. I was just double checking. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Laurie, can you put me and Michael into a breakout room again? Or can you just reassign him to room 7?
Yes, I can,
Thank you very much.
certainly.
All right, what do we have left on the criminal side?
Your Honor, we still have the plea on Amber Barnett and the plea of true with a reset for a long PSI on Jose Hernandez. And then I think Michael and Kenny are talking on Arturo Martinez, the guy that says he's got pneumonia and something else.
Okay. All right. Romero, we still stand at an hour?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, we're here.
1811-41 in the interest of YHR still at 2 hours?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Ron Prince. Yes, sir.
Keller still an hour?
Yes, sir, and we're hoping we're going to be faster than that.
45 minutes on Martinez.
Your Honor, I think we'll get that down to, apologize. I think we'll get that down to about half an hour, Your Honor.
All right.
If they paid you by the overtime, Judge, you'd be rich.
Well, some days get early, some days not, but it's a long time until overtime. All right. Is everything absolutely, positively ready to go on Amber Barnett?
Your Honor, I gave all of the plea paperwork to Kyle, who got it signed. I have been emailing on the chat with the district clerk's office with updated judgments. They assure me they have got everything and sent it. I don't see Kyle Ernst. I don't see Upton County.
Okay. No.
I don't know. I've done what I can.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and start the shorter civil matter then. Do you? All right. All right. Matter of the marriage of Aaron and Joseph Martinez.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Both sides ready? Mr. Hicks?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay. All right. And does either side you want to just tell me, or do you want to send me in chat copies of whatever documents I need to look at?
Sure, Your Honor. Be happy to. I
Yes,
could just
in,
tell you.
in this case, Your Honor, you've actually, we were set back on, I believe, the 11/12 in this case for temporary orders, and you've actually already signed the temporary orders. We already had in this case. We had notified, this case was initially filed by the petitioner, which is the other side, September 10th. My client was served September 17th. He hired us in October, and we filed our counter petition and set for the temporary orders because nothing had been set in this case up to that point. We set the temporary orders for November 12th. We showed up. We tried to get a hold of Mr. Molinar's office. We were unable to do so that day. And so we submitted our temporary orders to you, Your Honor, which you signed, approved of and signed. There was no extraordinary relief in those. All we were asking for was standard visitation along with standard child support, which we've set out in the temporary orders, which have been signed and conformed with your office. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Molinar contacted me saying that, I guess they had missed the hearing. They didn't see the notice through e-file. And so he set for today just for temporary orders. We would object to this hearing because temporary orders have already been set. If Mr. Molinar would like to turn around and amend amend the temporary orders, and I think he needs to file for amended temporary orders, not just an amended setting, and or we can set for final and we can amend those temporary orders at the final setting. But I don't think that we need to have an entire temporary orders hearing for something that's already been set. It was already set on November 12th, and Mr. Molinar and his client were not here, even though they were duly served.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the first call, Your Honor, I do apologize. We did my paralegal was out for COVID, and notice was sent by opposing counsel to her, and there was a snafu, Your Honor. Now, temporary orders have been entered, Your Honor, but if you take a look at the temporary orders, not only are they not logistically possible to be implemented, Your Honor, which is why it's a good cause for us to take a better look at them. The parties live more than 100 miles per hour, 100 miles apart, Your Honor, and the temporary orders have been entered. They would require an implementation which would not be practical, Your Honor. The orders that you have signed in require a standard possession, Your Honor, which would require a child to be transported back and forth with a school-age child. But what I think is also important for you to know, Your Honor, and I do not believe Mr. Hicks would ever deceive the court, is respondent is a convicted sex offender, Your Honor. My client is a victim of his sexual assault, Your Honor. We believe there should be significant orders to protect the children. Now, we also have reason to believe, Your Honor, that the court is not aware of that. We would submit to the court that looking upon the orders, Your Honor, you would note that there would be a transport of the children to the residence of the respondent. Respondents currently required to register. The information in the Texas registry is incorrect. We do not know where he lives. He has not updated as required by the criminal civil procedure. Moreover, Your Honor, in the process of beginning this case, we have some real concerns about the safety of the children. Mr. Torres has other children. We also believe, Your Honor, that if Mr. Torres was called to testify, it is probable that he was married at the time that this marriage was began. We believe he would testify that he engaged in sexual assault of my client, Your Honor. Therefore, asking the victim to return the children to my client where there's not enough protection, Your Honor, is dangerous. Finally, Your Honor, there are other orders related to Mr. Torres which we do not know about. We believe Mr. Torres has 4 or 5 other children in different parts of the state, which my client will testify that we have never seen nor know. We do not know if Mr. Torres has been subjected to other rulings from other courts or other jurisdictions requiring him to stay away from children due to his prior acts. Now, the current temporary orders, Your Honor, gave the respondent, or Mr. Hicks, Mr. Torres, an SPO. He does not have access pursuant to signed orders, Your Honor, until December, I believe December 3rd or December 4th, Your Honor, because the holiday provision kicked in, and therefore there's no possession access. So what we simply ask today, Your Honor, is twofold. One, that we abate the current order just to allow the background information to make sure the court is aware and the parties are aware where Mr. Torres lives. No one knows that. He has not followed the criminal procedure. Two, we also need to find out whether or not Mr. Torres is subject to any other court orders preventing him to access to his other biological children. As far as we know, it appears that we believe he was married in El Paso, Your Honor. We believe there was a divorce decree, but we can't verify that because of the common name of Joseph Torres. So if we can just have an abatement of these orders until all these orders can be put in place and create, if necessary, modify the temporary orders to allow for appropriate possession schedule for 100 miles or greater, we think that would suffice, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my concern with all of that is if the petitioner was so concerned about the children, this initial divorce was filed on September 10th of 2020. No temporary restraining order was ever filed. No temporary orders were ever filed in order to try to, keep the children away from my client. Nothing was ever filed in this case other than the initial original petition for divorce. They never filed for temporary orders, never tried to file a protective order in this case, and didn't try to file a temporary restraining order or any other piece of evidence or any other piece of motions or anything else in order to keep these children away from his client, which could have been easily done at the exact same time that they filed the petition in September 10th of 2020. Nothing was filed and no hearing was ever filed in this case until we got a hold of the file a month and a half later. And then we set it for November. At any time during those 2 months, the petitioner could have filed or could have had an issue if they felt like there was a problem with the potential harm or danger to the children. Also, as the petitioner's counsel just stated, they don't know anything. He just stated they don't know if there's other children. We don't know. There might be. There may be. We don't know. We don't know any of this stuff. If they don't know any of these things, those things should be found out.
We're going to have a hearing. We're going to have a hearing about whether there should be a change made in the temporary orders. Mr. Molinar, your first witness.
I'd like to call Mr. Torres, please.
All right. Where is Mr. Torres?
He should be on here, Your Honor. Let me look.
I'm right here, Your Honor.
Here he is.
Okay. All right. Let me ask both parties to raise their right hands. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, sir. We do.
All right. Your name, sir?
Joseph Torres Martinez.
All right. Your name, ma'am?
Aaron Grace Martinez.
All right. Mr. Hicks, if you had an opportunity to speak with your client about the circumstances Mr. Molinar related where he suspects that Mr. Torres is a convicted sex offender and is not living where he's supposed to be registered?
I have not had a chance to talk to him about his current location and whether that he has in fact registered or not, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Torres, I need to tell you a couple of things. One, I'm going to stand Mr. Molinar plans to ask some questions to you that might tend to show that you've committed a criminal offense. Specifically, he is alleged that you are a convicted sex offender and that you have a duty to register your address with local law enforcement and or Department of Public Safety at your residential address, and that you have failed to do so. If that is true that you failed to do so, that is a felony offense from which you could be imprisoned. Now, you do not have to answer any questions that might tend to show that you have committed a criminal offense. You have the right to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and refuse to answer those questions. However, there's a couple of things I need to tell you because this is a civil case, not a criminal case, I need to tell you that if you decide to assert your privilege against self-incrimination, unlike in a criminal case, I could take that into consideration, and I could decide that the reason you didn't want to answer those questions is because you have in fact committed that criminal offense. Also need to tell you that you have to either assert that privilege or waive that privilege. You cannot answer a few questions that might tend to incriminate you and then decide, well, I've answered enough of those, now I want to assert my privilege. You have to either use it or lose it. So I'm going to ask Ms. Riley to place you and Mr. Hicks in a breakout room and give you an opportunity to discuss this matter with him in private.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so is Mr. Ernst here? Yes. All right. Calling State versus Amber Barnett. And Ms. Riley, did you get that I was asking for a breakout room?
Yes, Judge, I did. I'll
Thank you.
find them a breakout room and I'll get them in there in just a second. Probably do breakout room 5,
Thank you.
Hicks and Joseph.
All right. Calling State versus Amber Barnett. Are both sides ready?
Defense is ready.
Okay. All right. Now, we had reset this a week or two ago. My recollection is to give Ms. Barnett and Mr. Ernst an opportunity to speak with Ms. Barnett's attorney in a CPS case. And have you had an opportunity to do that, Mr. Ernst?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with her last week and I spoke with her again this morning. And I've gone over everything with Barnett as well, Ms. Barnett as well.
Okay. And does the CPS attorney have any advice about whether the criminal plea should or should not go forward?
No, she said it's fine going forward. She's the same attorney in her criminal case and her CPS case. And she actually has the deal worked out in her criminal case. It would run concurrent with this as well.
Okay. Okay. All right. And Ms. Barnett, did you hear what Mr. Ernst had to say? All right, I can't hear you. I don't know if your microphone's not working or you're too far from it.
Can you hear me now?
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. I heard what Mr. Ernst had to say.
Okay. All right. And are you wanting to go ahead and proceed today with this plea?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
All right. Now, my recollection is that I had stopped at the punishment phase. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
I believe so, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, it did. It stopped at the punishment phase when you inquired about her being in custody in Upton County and what other charges she had.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. That's my recollection as well.
Okay. All right, then. So the plea bargain agreement was?
Your Honor, the plea bargain.
Go ahead. Adjudicated guilty, 3 years?
Yes, adjudicate guilty, 3 years confinement, credit for time served, which now is 157 days. And it's to run concurrently with any other case she may currently be serving.
Okay. And all right, ma'am, then I will follow the plea bargain agreement in this case. I'll find you guilty of the 3rd-degree felony offense of assault on a public service, and I will sentence you to 3 years in a incarceration. How many days? This was the 12th, we're the 23rd, so is it 100? Do we have a new judgment, or do we just need to edit this to make it 156 days credit?
Your Honor, we show 157 days is what I wrote down, and we updated all the judgments this morning and gave them to the district clerk's office, which they assured me they sent it to you.
Okay, now I have something here. Maybe this is it. Give me just a moment.
Yes, sir.
We have a thumbprint from anywhere? No? All right. Okay, then I will follow the plea bargain agreement as I said, and I will sign the previous waivers, and I will sign this judgment. Is there any reason why a sentence should not now be imposed?
No, Your Honor.
Right, it is the order, judgment, and decree of the court that you be taken by the sheriff of Atascosa County and/or Upton if they transport you, and be taken to the authorized receiving agent of the Department of Criminal Justice. On this case, you'll be confined for a period of 3 years. Your sentence will commence today, and you'll receive credit for all the time so far in jail on this charge, that being, I believe, 157 days.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Computer's locked up. Give me a moment. Okay, I've just sent the plea papers and the judgment in Barnett. All right, is Mr. Hicks back? No, okay. What else do we have that's ready on the criminal side?
Your Honor, I have an announcement on Arturo Martinez. I have conferred with Mr. Lamb, and we have agreed to a bond reduction. I think Mr. Lamb's going to be emailing that to the court.
Yes, Your Honor, it's been emailed. He has 2 separate cases that have that he's being held on bond for. One of them is the 5-1 case that is at a $10,000 bond. We're agreeing to keep that at the $10,000 bond, but add bond conditions to that case, in which that's attached to the email. And then the 5-2 case is a reduction down to $15,000 that we're in agreement with, along with bond conditions.
Okay, thank you. So let me get these signed.
And then we've agreed to reset him to January the 7th, Your Honor.
Okay, I just posted those. And what day did we receive on Mr. Martinez?
January 7th.
1/7. All right, thank you.
Is that on all three cases?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I only signed 2 bond orders. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The third case was, there was no bond order on that.
Does he need one?
No, Your Honor. That was on the MTR. The 2 that he has were on the NISI that was issued. That there wasn't a NISI issued on the MTR case.
Okay. Okay, what else?
I have a plea, Judge. He's in custody. No, he's in the courtroom there, Jose Hernandez.
All right, I don't see Mr. Hicks back, so do I have the plea paperwork on Mr. Hernandez?
The clerk should have sent it to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, here's something that says Hernandez.
Your Honor, Michael Zamora, that's all I had. Judge, may I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, this is a motion to revoke.
Yes, sir. We're gonna.
Okay, and how many counts are there?
Your Honor, there's only 1 count. When he originally pled, one of the counts was dismissed.
Okay, so it's count 2?
It is count 2, Your Honor, which
Okay.
is indecency by exposure, which is a 3rd degree.
Okay. All right, calling State versus Jose Hernandez. Are both sides ready?
State's ready.
Defense ready.
Where's Mr. Hernandez? Is that him in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you Jose Hernandez? I need you to speak up.
Come around. Yes, come in here. Right there for your, see if we can hear you from.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, all right. Are you the same Jose Hernandez who on or about October 24th, 2019 was placed on 4 years probation for the 3rd degree felony offense of indecency with a child by exposure?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that on that date you were sentenced to 10 years confinement, but then your sentence was probated or put off for a period of 4 years.
Yes, sir.
And the state has alleged that you violated rule number 17 of your probation.
Yes, sir.
Required that you complete 100 hours of community service restitution at the rate of 16 hours per month. And that you defaulted and didn't do your 16 hours per month in November and December of 2019 and in January through August of 2020. So do you understand what it is the state's alleging that you failed to do?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding? Oh, actually, this is an open plea?
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
sir.
Plea with a, yeah, just a plea of true with a reset.
All right, well, let me show you some documents that appear to have your signature then. They're titled Written Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony, Motion to Revoke or Adjudicate. Now, let me ask if on page 3, that's your signature?
Yes, sir.
All right, and also where it says plea bargain agreement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you read these documents yourself or did Mr. Perez read them to you?
Yes, sir.
And you understand, sir, that what I'm being told that you want to do is that I will ask you if it's true that you violated that rule of your probation, that you failed to do your community service hours, and you will plead or say that it's true that you failed to do those hours, and that after that, you have no further plea bargain with the state, meaning that there's going to be a pre-sentence investigation done, which is a study of you that will be done. And we'll come back at some future date, and I will be able to look at the whatever is in the pre-sentence investigation and listen to whatever testimony comes in. And then I would be able to do anything from continuing you on probation to revoking your probation and sending you to prison for not less than 2 and not more than 10 years. And I could also impose on you, if you go to prison, any unpaid portion of a fine that you previously received.
Yes, sir.
You understand that you would be giving up the right to have your attorney bring in witnesses to say that it's not true that you violated the terms of your probation, and you would also be giving up the right for your attorney to cross-examine the state's witnesses. And I wouldn't listen to witnesses about whether or not you did it. I would just listen to your plea and then consider violation reports that have been filed by the probation office.
Yes, sir.
And had you read these documents, or they've been read to you before you signed them in the places I noted?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with the work that Mr. Perez has done for you?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, do you believe that your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain with the state?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, then I'll find that you made your waiver of right and your stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. I will ask you to the allegation that you violated Rule 17 of your probation by failing to do your community service restitution hours. Is that true or not true?
That is true.
I'll accept your plea of true and ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the violation.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 1, it's Attachment A or Attachment 1, I think might be how it's labeled.
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, the State's Exhibit and its attachment are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest closed at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'll find that there is enough evidence to substantiate the violation. And I will, when are we going to set this?
Joanne,
Go ahead.
Joanne had suggested January.
Okay, any time in particular?
I've got the new calendar, Judge. Give me 1 second. I show that we're back on January 7th. January 11th is a jury trial date, but I don't know that we'll be picking a jury yet. And then it looks like I have the 20th. I think that's it for January.
Okay. All right.
The 7th works for me, Judge, if nobody has any objections.
All right. Probation has the most to do between now and then. Is that work for probation, or do you need the 20th?
Yes, Judge, that'll be fine.
All right. Then I will set this for further proceedings and consideration of the pre-sentence investigation report on the 20th of January. Back here then.
January 7th?
January 7th, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, I think that wraps up the criminal docket.
Okay. Then you are excused. I think we've got the civil dockets, and I'll go over them with the probation, with the coordinator's office later.
Judge, the only question I had, it's really for the district clerks before we log off. On Charles Lloyd Morales, does he still have an active warrant for his arrest for failing to appear?
Let me see. We're looking into our files right now. Let me see.
Hey, well, let's just add him to the nice eyes, and if he does not have an open warrant, we can call a nice eye, and if he does, we'll just not call him.
Okay.
All right, then you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, I'll call you later just to make sure I've got the same dates on everything.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, did we hear back from Mr. Hicks? Is he still conferring with his client?
Yes, Judge, he is. And there was a gentleman by the name of Gerardo Trevino on page 2 of the civil docket that showed up. He's online, Judge. You had dropped it for failure to appear. Nobody has showed up, but he showed up late and he's on.
All right, Mr. Trevino, are you ready to proceed in your divorce?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, where is Olivia Trevino?
She's in San Antonio.
Okay. Was she served in this case? Is she signed off on the divorce decree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which one?
She signed off on a divorce decree.
Okay, do you have the divorce decree?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I need to see a copy of it. So has it been filed with the district clerk's office? Has it been filed online?
No, Your Honor, it hasn't been filed. I mean, I filed the petition, but not the decree.
Okay. All right. Do you have an electronic copy of the decree? Like a scan of it or a...
I only have it here with me right now.
Okay. All right. Whichever judge hears this, because we're doing things electronically because of COVID, is going to have an electronic copy of that divorce decree. So
okay.
I want to set this for a 12/3, something like that, and then you can get a copy of your divorce decree to the district clerk's office.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll mark this for 12/3, and that'll be in front of Judge Ellison. Make sure you're online at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to get this show on the road. Ms. Riley, if you would, is there anybody in a breakout room except Mr. Hicks and his client?
I think John Hicks and Joseph Torres. Let's see. And that is it.
Okay, if you'll just close that down. Just close all the breakout
Close
rooms.
all rooms? Okay. It's clocking down. Mr. Hicks is back on.
I am. Your Honor, is there any way I can go talk to Mr. Molinar for just a couple of minutes?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
I'll ask Ms. Riley to do that.
I'll have to recreate the breakout room, so just give me a moment, please.
No worries.
Okay, no, I received an invitation to a breakout room. It needs to be Mr. Molinar, I think.
Yeah, and I received one as well, Your Honor, and I'm not aware that I need to be in one.
Yeah, if y'all can just disregard, please. I don't know why it did that, but it did.
All right, Mr. Ramirez, Mr. Lopez, are there any pleadings or documents that you want to go ahead and post to me so I can start looking at before we start the hearing shortly?
No, Your Honor, I do have that motion that the court should have on file for the court to confer with the two older children. One's 14, one's 12. And I can put them in my office and I'll simply leave.
Okay, we'll worry with that in a bit.
Or I can put them in downstairs and leave them alone in a room separate.
Okay. All right, and Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Roberts, is there anything I need to be looking at on your cases?
Your Honor, I'm ready to proceed. I actually have the custodian of records for expert talks. They're the ones that actually did the drug testing. They have the drug testing results. So I just need a couple of minutes so that I can get her back on the line. She was waiting all morning.
Your Honor, it's our position that this motion to modify is not properly set before the court. Ms. Rodriguez and I have talked during all this time.
All right. So whatever notices.
I've gotten no notice of it. I got this Thursday
Mr.
after
Roberts.
5 o'clock.
Okay, whatever notice either one of y'all has sent, whether it's receipts from the online e-file texts or what have you, please get that ready. Make it into a PDF and please submit it to me in chat so that I can look at it before we start the hearing.
Also, Judge, I did want to remind you that the court actually set it for today's date as well. You have a monitor status on the docket. My understanding was that because of the temporary orders that were rendered and there was fingernail clippings that the parties were ordered to undergo. So I think that the court was interested to see on what had happened as a result of that, and that's why the court also set it for a monitored status. I had also asked, Judge, that this honorable court consider my motion for appointment of an individual to conduct a social studies. I think that likewise was set for today's date, and then I will file my notices regarding my motion to reconsider the ruling that was previously done on October the 22nd.
Okay.
I didn't understand much of what she said, Judge. I couldn't hear it very well. She didn't file that motion until.
All right, I'm not taking this up right now. I'm waiting for the attorneys to come back. Hold on. Okay. All right, so on the first one, we had a question, Charles, somebody about the failure to appear. We're going to put another nice eye on him.
Charles Morales, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start on the Romero case. All right, Ms. Roberts, pardon me, Ms. Rodriguez, what is it that you're wanting to have heard today?
Your Honor, if I may, Judge, I'd like for the court to take up my motion for reconsideration of its ruling in regards to who will designate the primary residence of the child. Likewise, I think that Mr. Roberts and I have actually agreed on a social studies on an individual to conduct the social studies. I would like that as well.
Okay, I thought there were three things.
Well, it was set for status, Judge, and I think that that will probably be covered very quickly. It was a monitored status, a motion to appoint an individual to perform the social studies evaluation, and then my motion to reconsider the orders designating primary conservator that were rendered on October the 22nd of 2020. And just for the court's information, those orders have not been signed yet.
Because, Your Honor, the order that she submitted to us had the wrong date of birth of the child and the wrong age. We corrected that and sent it back to her. We didn't hear another word about it. But
okay, all right. What's your announcement on the motion to reconsider, Mr. Roberts?
the motion to reconsider, we got it after the close of business at 5:13 on Thursday. We really had not had time to look at it and study it. And then we got some more documents that related to that this morning at 12:16 p.m. today, this afternoon. After I questioned the fact that there's hearsay evidence attached to this motion, she has gotten what she purports to be an affidavit to try to prove it up. But you know, I mean, we're going through here as we go through the trial, we're just getting stuff. This is not set. This motion to reconsider. We have agreed on the social study. I agree on that. We need to set this at a proper time. I've offered to meet with Ms. Rodriguez and her client and see if we can't work out some of the issues in this case before we take a lot of your time, or in the alternative that we go to a mediation. I've offered that too, and those have been rejected. So.
And if I may just real quickly
respond.
I am not ready on this motion to, excuse me, Ms. Rodriguez, I am not ready on this motion to reconsider, period.
Okay, let me ask.
Certainly not with the documents.
Okay. Mr. Roberts, did your client go and take a drug?
Yes, sir.
Did she fail it or pass it?
She took a drug test, Your Honor. They took different drug tests. You'll see that, okay? My client was positive for some things. He was positive for some things, for one thing. But he took only a fingernail test. When she took a toenail test. And if you look at these drug tests, ours goes back much, much further in time than his. So they're not equal, be considered as equal. His goes back 6 months, ours goes back a year. They're just not the same thing. And let me tell you one more thing, Judge. After he took my client's drug test to the CPS, even being told it was a confidential thing, and he took it over there to him, and they talked to my client, they had her take another urine test.
I'm gonna have to object on that.
Excuse me, just a
Okay,
second. Let me just
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to hold the objection. I'm trying to get some background.
After they had all of that evidence, CPS did not even take the children from my client or do anything else. They said, go and take another urine test, and we don't have the results back from that.
If I may, Judge, unfortunately,
Yes.
Mr. Robert refused to answer your question. Did his client come out positive? And I'm going to share that with the court.
He said that she had, yes. So go ahead.
Okay. His client tested positive for marijuana, methamphetamines, and amphetamines. My client tested positive for marijuana. You will get that. Those have been unfiled as part of my business records affidavit. Now, in my motion for reconsideration, Mr. Roberts says he didn't have time to digest that. I'm going to disagree with him on that. Why? He had enough time, Your Honor, to file a motion to quash. He filed this on Friday. So that's telling me that he had adequate time and he had notice of my motion because he filed a response.
No, sir.
I am ready to proceed. I believe that it is in the best interest of the child to take up these issues. We have an emergency situation that a child continues to reside in a home with a now proven meth and amphetamine drug user. Okay, that is what you will have total evidence of today. Also, this individual faces federal charges for human trafficking. That is of extreme concern to my client. I'm not telling you, Judge, that my client is white as
one at a
snow.
time.
My client is not white as snow, Judge. He tested positive for marijuana. So I'm telling you, this is what you're going to find in today's results. The court thought and foresaw that possibly these results would make a difference on the temporary orders that were rendered back on October the 22nd, because the court on its own motion set it
Can I
up
respond to that?
to monitor status on the 22nd. So I'm ready to go, Judge. And, you know, I think that it's a legitimate safety concern. We're talking about a 7-year-old child. We're
Okay.
talking about recent drug test results as of October 30th, 2020. Not 2015, but 2020.
All right, I've got your point. Let me let Mr. Roberts speak. Mr. Roberts, very
Your
brief.
Honor, this man lived with her since 2011. He testified the last time we were in court that he only had alcohol in his system when he was in the hospital in Floresville, and I think you'll remember that. But we have those records proven up now, and he was positive for methamphetamine, cannabinoid, and amphetamine, the same thing she's griping about now. This is no big deal.
And how long ago was that, sir?
The other thing that I think is important.
Mr. Roberts, how long ago was that stay in the hospital in Floresville?
2015. And those records have not been proven up, Judge.
Okay,
They were just,
Ms. Rodriguez, one at a time.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. He wasn't expecting this. He told us it was just an alcohol deal, but I have proven up now what he had in his system. These people, I think they've done some drugs together. I don't know. I've not been there with them, but I don't have any real notice of this motion being set. I would object to going forward with it. I would much prefer to try to mediate or to try to resolve some of the issues in this case. Also, the affidavit that Ms. Rodriguez has attached of her client to the motion, I don't think complies with the Family Code section 156.001 or whatever it is. I don't want to get into a lot of technical things, but this is just trial by ambush. Once you figure out this is that the
all right, Mr. Roberts, I disagree. I mean, I thought that was why we had set this to monitor to see what the results of the drug test were. I'm going to ask. So we're going to go ahead and hear that. So are the attorneys back on the?
Will you at least consider, Your Honor, that these are two different kinds of drug tests? If you look at them, you'll notice that.
I'll consider that when we have the hearing. Mr. Hicks, Mr. Molinar, how are we doing?
Yes, sir. I believe having a quick conversation with Mr. Molinar, we're going to go ahead and pass on this hearing. We are going to come up with a Rule 11 agreement as far as abating the current temporary orders and then resetting this. But part of that Rule 11 will grant my client electronic communication, and then he and I are going to be speaking in the next day or two to get everything squared away.
Right.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to have Rule 11 to follow, reset on request.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then you are released. I will put this reset on request.
Thank you very much.
Honor.
Mr. Ramirez, Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Your Honor. I had previously sent the court the pleadings for the case and exhibits.
Okay, about what time was that?
I believe it was early this morning. I can just resend them if that's easier.
All right. After a period of time that seems to vary based on God knows what, the documents are no longer accessible. I don't see anything from you right now as far as the PDFs I have that are available.
Okay. Should I send them by the chat?
Please. All right. And Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Roberts, based on the contention right now, I'm afraid your case is going to take longer. So I'm going to go ahead and hear Keller first. And then I would urge the two of you to see if you can't come to some kind of an agreement. And let me just state this, based on what I've heard so far, I might possibly decide that there would be a need to have just a change in the primary conservator. But again, this is, as Mr. Rodriguez said, not a situation where either side's client is pure as the driven snow, and most, it would be an issue matter of who has a dirty drug test more recently. So, I mean, that would not be a huge change. So it's not like we're looking at denying the one side access to the child or something. And I'd ask Ms. Riley to place you all into a breakout room so you can consider that. All right. Mr. Ramirez, are you here? Here he is, yes.
I am. I'm here, sir.
All right. Okay, so what is it you're trying to change right now in the temporary orders, or are there no temporary orders in place?
There are none, Your Honor. This is a divorce that I filed probably a month or so ago, and temporary orders were initially set about a week or two ago, but Mr. Lopez rather had not had time to really prepare, and so I agreed that we could reset this so he could have time to be ready, as long as it was done before the holidays and we have rules in place.
Okay. All right.
And we have discussed in the breakout room earlier, we've agreed that we will each cap our direct examination to no more than 15 to 20 minutes. So if that works out like we're hoping, it'll be just inside of an hour and we should be done.
Okay. All right. And we have James and Christy Keller. Is James Keller online?
He should be.
There he is. Yes. Okay. Let me ask James and Christy Keller to unmute their phones or electronic devices and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And your name, sir?
James Keller.
Your name, ma'am?
Christy Keller.
All right. You can put your hands down. Go ahead, Mr. Ramirez.
Your Honor, does the court wish to interview the children before we start to hopefully make this go a little faster? Because the court has a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old.
Well, I'd like to know what to talk to them about, so no. Let me ask you to go ahead.
Okay. Well, then, that being the case, then James, if you'll please state your name for the record.
James Keller.
And James, how is it that you're related to Christy Keller and the children that are listed in this case, which is Taryn, Danielle, Melissa, and James?
I am Christy's husband, and I am the father of all 4 children.
Okay. Now, can you tell the court what it is you do for a living?
Right now, I'm currently unemployed. I lost my job back in March.
And what were you doing back in March before you lost your job?
I was driving a truck, 18-wheeler.
Okay. And what is the reason that you're unable to work today?
Just haven't been able to find employment. I put in multiple applications every day.
Okay. And where are you living?
I am living at the family ranch.
And which is where? Where's it located?
In Bigfoot.
Okay. And now the family ranch that you're talking about, what kind of dwelling do you have on the family ranch?
It's a 3-bed, 1-bath house.
And is that the home that when you say family ranch, what family was living there?
It's the ranch that I grew up on. My parents owned it.
And
own it.
How long have you lived in that house?
Right around 2 years.
Okay. And in the 2 years you've been living in that house, who's been living with you?
It's been me, Christy, Taryn, Danielle, Melissa, and James.
Okay. So the family unit that's before the court today.
Yes, sir.
And how long has it been since you and Christy have been living together?
No. What was it? End of September, I believe it was.
This year or last year?
This year.
Okay, so the family unit was together till about 2 months ago.
Yes.
All right. Now, does Christy work?
At this time, I do not believe so.
When is the last time that you're aware of that she had a job?
I don't remember the exact date. It was when she left Alpha Omega, which was also the school our children went to.
And do you remember more or less when
It's
that was?
been maybe a month ago or so, maybe a little more.
All right. Now, after you and Christy stopped living together at the end of September, what happened? Where did Christy move to?
Christy stayed in the house with the kids. I relocated to the other side of the property, to where my grandmother was living or lives, and I was staying with her, so her and the children could stay in the house, just so that we didn't have to move the kids. And
when were you seeing the kids?
at that time, I was seeing them off and on. I'd go over there in the evenings, see the kids. Get them on weekends or
what?
There's some days where when she would go teach, I would keep James.
Okay, and the other three, where were they?
They were at school.
All right, so
at the school that she worked at.
Okay, so why is Christy not living in the house anymore?
She had decided to move out and move in with her parents.
When she moved in with her parents, did she take the children with her?
Yes.
And have the children been living with her this entire time that y'all have stopped living together?
For the most part, yes.
What does for the most part mean?
I would get them. She'd been letting me have them every other weekend after she moved out.
Okay, and before that, were the kids with you as much as they were with her?
Other than when they were in school, more or less.
Okay, so obviously you said you've not been working since March. You've been putting in work applications and you simply haven't gotten any work. When Christy was working and you were not, where were the kids?
Well, the three older went to Alpha Omega School, Christian Academy. They went there. So when she was working, they were in school.
All right, and the younger one?
The young one, usually I kept them, or she would take them with them every now and then.
To school?
Yes.
All right. Do you believe that it would be in the best interest of these children if they saw both you and Christy at the same amount of time?
Yes, I do believe it'd be in the best interest.
Why do you say that?
Because me and my children, we do a lot together. They've grown up on that ranch. My children love me. I love my children.
Are you really bonded with all four?
Yes.
And are all four bonded with you?
Yes.
And are they bonded with their mother as well?
Yes.
Have you and Christy had conversations about splitting these children up as far as time goes between the two of you?
Yes, we have.
And does Christy agree that you can take care of these children just as well as she can?
No.
Okay, what's her position?
She feels I can't manage my time enough for all of them.
And what does that mean? Why?
Honestly, she's never really given me a direct answer to that.
Well, have you ever done anything that would demonstrate that you're simply not able to manage the time with those children as well as she can?
I think a lot of it is she feels I might get distracted with one of the others and not keep an eye on them.
What does that mean, one or the other? You might get distracted with one child and forget the other three?
Yes, that's kind of what it has been implied.
Well, do you have any kind of mental disabilities or mental disorders that you're aware of that would distract your mind to the point that you would forget the other children?
No,
Do you do drugs?
no.
Do you drink?
On the occasion, I'll have a beer or two.
Do you drink around your children?
On the occasion, I'll have a beer while we're at the house with dinner or just sitting outside.
Okay. Are you somebody that that Christy's ever accused of being a drunk or an alcoholic or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. So alcohol and drugs are not an issue in your life, to the best of your knowledge, anyway.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Now, what kind of expenses do you have to deal with on a monthly basis in order to pay for food, electricity, things of that nature?
As far as like electricity, water, the basic utilities, all of that is, my mother usually takes care of all of that. She has been for years helping us with all of that.
Okay, so you're not having to pay those expenses today?
No, sir.
Do you have to pay any rent or mortgage on the home where you're living?
No.
Okay, so are you having to borrow money to make your ends meet since you haven't worked since March?
As it sits right now, no. I was getting unemployment. I haven't received a check from it. All of that ran out, I do believe.
Okay, so how are you making your ends meet without income, I guess is what I'm asking you.
I've been trying to find some side jobs, just little day work here and there where I can find it. But other than that, that's about it.
Is your mom providing money for you and giving you money to help you, where you're short?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do the children have insurance on them today?
I believe they have Medicaid through the state.
Okay. Do you believe that the children want to be with both of you an equal amount of time?
Yes, I do believe that.
And do you believe that both of you can do a great job raising these children together?
Yes, I do.
And how close is the house where you live to the house where Christy lives?
Approximately 10, 12 miles.
Okay, so what does that take you as far as driving time?
15 minutes maybe.
Okay.
On how the lights are going through Divine.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about the children when they're in your care?
No, sir.
Do you have any concerns about the children when they're in Christy's care?
No, sir. None that I can say right now.
So is Christy a good mother?
Christy is a great mother.
That's wonderful to hear. A lot of children aren't that lucky. Do you consider yourself a good father?
I would like to believe I am. I do the best I can.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, for purposes of temporary orders only, I will pass my witness.
Right. Mr. Lopez?
Sure. Since you and your wife have been separated, how much child support have you provided to your wife?
We haven't done anything with child support.
Have you offered to buy her any groceries or help with any expenses associated with the children?
I've told her if she needed anything, just to let me know.
Now, throughout the time that you two were married, was your wife a stay-at-home mom?
At times, yes.
Was she the one that was taking the children to school?
Yes.
Was she the one that was handling the PTO meetings at school?
Yeah.
Was she the one that was taking the children to the doctors?
Yes.
Was she the one that was primarily handling the duties that are associated with the children?
Yes. At that time, yes.
No further questions.
And those responsibilities, when you say at that time, why was she the one that was handling most of those responsibilities?
Because at that time I was working. I'd be away from the house working.
Now, when you were in the house, did you share the load and the responsibilities with those children?
Yes, I would do my best to.
Okay. Your Honor, pass the witness.
Mr. Lopez?
No further questions.
All right. Your next witness?
I'll call Christy Keller.
Go ahead.
Ms. Keller, Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. You heard James's testimony here just a moment ago, I presume. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything he said just generically that is not correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me what he said that is not true?
As far as work goes, I know that he worked with Uncle Jody Dominguez doing yard work, and he does get paid cash under table for it.
Is that you talking about currently?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is that part of this where he says he's trying to get side jobs and money here and there while he's looking for work as a truck driver? Is that part of what he said?
Yeah, but it's not truck driving, it's just yard work.
I understand, but do you remember when he testified that he's been looking for truck work, putting in applications, but he's just doing side jobs where he can find them in the meantime?
Yes, sir.
I heard him say that, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, he said you're a great mother. You agree with that, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you believe he's a good father?
Yes, he has his point of being very short-tempered. He does throw things when he gets mad.
Okay. Does he ever throw things like at people when he gets mad?
Do what?
Does he ever throw things at people like, I'll throw something at one of the kids?
No, he'll just throw it across the room.
Have you both been sharing the load on these children since he's not been working as a truck driver?
Not 50-50, no.
Okay. Do you believe that a 50-50 arrangement is not good for the kids?
I do not believe it is not in the best interest of my children.
Tell me why.
Because I deal with them day to day. I know I have a schedule. We have homework. We come in for dinner. They get bad. They have a routine here. Jamie does not do routine. He very easily sidetracks. He spends more of his time on the phone or on TV. So I do not believe it is in the best interest of my children.
Okay. So because you're more focused and more structured, is what I'm hearing, and James is not as focused and as structured as you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do your children love James as much as they love you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume James loves the children as much as you love the children?
Yes, sir.
And all four of them need you as much as they need him, and vice versa?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you currently working today?
No, sir. I'm looking for a job right now.
Okay. When's the last time you had a job?
My last day of employment with Alpha Omega Christian Academy was on October 22nd. That was my last day of employment.
Okay. And what happened on October 22nd that there was no longer a job after that?
Well, first of all, I wasn't getting paid. Second of all, his grandmother, Trudy Stapleton, was working there as well. The director, Joyce Hackleton, is her last name. I don't quote that, but she had issued as far as asking me if I had problems working with Trudy because she's family, but then not family, but she will be family because of the kids. That kind of stirred up a little thing. So it kind of put me to a very odd situation. So I just removed myself from that situation because I was not getting paid as well. So I thought it would be in the best interest of myself to take myself out of that situation.
Okay. So because of the circumstances going on with the staff and the relationships or potential problems, you just thought it would be best if you left that job and tried to find something better.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you been putting in applications to find work elsewhere?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you were to find work, and I'm throwing out a hypothetical, if you were to find work and it starts on Monday and James still doesn't have work, who should be babysitting the kids while you're at work?
I've already talked to my mother. Cheryl Roberts, she would be babysitting the little one, which is James, 2-year-old. The other 3 will be in school, and she would be picking them up after school.
And is there a reason that James can't do that?
No, there's not a reason.
Okay. I mean, James is looking for work too. It's not like he's trying to stay home and do nothing. But obviously, when it comes to taking care of children, a parent is always better than a non-parent, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I received paperwork your lawyer filed on an income and expense sheet. Are you currently receiving any income at all from anywhere?
I did get 2 checks from Alpha Omega finally paying me what they owed me. But they're still lacking 1 check, which I'm still fighting over.
Okay.
Other than that, my mother and my father, Cheryl and David Roberts, have been helping me financially. I also had to take and borrow money from a friend to help pay for my attorney.
Okay. Well, I see that you're receiving $826. It says food stamps. Are you getting that currently?
Yes, sir. I still got that, and I have already submitted a change of address and everything else to take him off of it.
And how long have you been receiving the food stamps?
I've been probably back in, let's see, March or April. I'm not quite sure exactly when. It's whenever he got laid off, I filed for everything to kick through.
Okay. And currently you're not paying any rent or any utilities for where you live, correct?
No, sir.
Your parents are providing all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I did see one item of expense that I was a little bit puzzled about, and it says that you spend $430 every month for clothing for the children. Is that right?
That was just for this month because I had to buy school uniforms for all 3 children.
Okay, but that's not a monthly occurrence.
No, that was just for this month, for November.
Okay, and that should last. How long should those clothes last them through the end of the spring semester?
As long as they don't grow rapidly, I'm hoping they'll last. That's
Good
the only thing.
Yeah, I'm sure kids grow pretty quick. All right, I just wanted to
Especially
make
little
sure that wasn't a monthly expense that you were talking about there. Do you believe that both you and James are able to adequately care for the needs of these children?
I would believe so. I hope so. Yes.
Well, I mean, in the experience, how long have you been with James?
I've been with James for almost 13 years, actually.
Okay, I mean, and I realize this is a divorce situation and it's not the easiest thing to have to deal with, but if we're being honest with the court, James is a good man, right?
Yes, he is a good man. He's just got a short temper.
Right, and you've explained that to the court already.
Yes.
And James is someone that throughout the 13 years that you've been with him, he's always been responsible and he can take care of the kids if he has to.
If he had to, yes. He's also got his mom to help him.
Right, just like you also have yours. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, if we're going to be honest with this court, the oldest child in this case is Taryn, right?
Yes, sir. Taryn Keller.
And Taryn actually is under a current court order from Medina County where your parents actually have custody of him.
Conservatorship, yes.
Right.
But James and I are still his parents.
Correct. And he's been back with you and James now for what, a year now?
Almost. He came back to us back in December of 2019 for Christmas break until now.
Okay.
Yes.
So even though those orders have never been rescinded in Medina County, the reality of life is Taryn's back with you and James.
For the most part, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, for purposes of temporary orders, I will pass the witness.
Mr. Lopez?
Sure. Your husband testified that he lost his job around March of this year. Is that accurate or not?
Yes. Back in about February. I want to say February is when it was, but it could be March.
Did he continue working up until recently?
As far as side jobs?
Did he do anything to get income?
Just unemployment.
Did he do any kind of side jobs?
Yes.
What kind of side jobs did he do?
He did a few welding side jobs. Mostly he just did lawn care with his uncle, Joe Dominguez, doing yard work.
And how much money do you think he made from doing lawn care?
It varies from what size property, from small property to big properties. They can go anywhere from $20 to, I want to say $100 for each job. I mean, I really don't know because it's not, would not include in that conversation between his uncle and himself.
Do you know how much? Do you know how much he made per week doing the lawn care?
No, I do not.
But since he lost his job in February, you say this is what he's done for income?
Yes, sir.
Now, throughout the time of the marriage, were you a stay-at-home mom?
Yes. I had a few jobs here and there, but mostly a stay-at-home mom.
And how old are your kids right now?
My oldest is 14, 12, 5, and 2.
Do you think that your husband is capable of taking care of a 2-year-old on a regular basis?
On his own, some days I think no, because of what he come back to me as. I have pictures to prove it. But when my kids or my older ones are there, they help him watch him, or his mom will.
How has your 2-year-old come back from the visits?
Well, one time he came back to me with diaper rash all on him. He, from not being changed properly from a dirty diaper. The other time he come back to me and I was told that the dog, our golden retriever buddy, had knocked him down into the ground, and he had bruises and scrapes on the side of his legs.
Do you feel that he does an adequate job of providing supervision for all the children?
I do not, because he gets sidetracked very easily.
And Judge, I need to question her about Exhibit A. Ms. Keller, are you able to pull up the chat and look at what's contained in the chat?
I gotta figure out how that goes. Do I just push more?
It should be under chat.
Okay, chat. Okay, I see chat. What am I supposed to look for?
Exhibit A?
Exhibit A. The only thing when was it that you put it on there?
Put it on there again.
Emma, are you on a telephone?
I'm sorry, do what?
Are you on a telephone?
Yes, sir.
All right,
On my iPhone?
In my experience has been that people on iPhones cannot look at documents in chat. They may not be able to see it at all, but I don't think they're typically able to look at documents in chat.
Oh, okay.
Can I share my screen with her so that she can identify the exhibit?
Yes.
That would be the marking that my husband told me that the golden retriever had done.
Can you identify what this is?
That is my son's leg on the side, where I was told that the golden retriever had knocked him down into the gravel.
And how long ago was this picture taken?
That picture was taken when I got him back on November the 9th at 5:37 p.m.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your son's leg on that date?
Excuse me?
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what your son looked like on that date?
Yes, that's exactly what it looked like on that day. Because I have the timestamp. I went and looked at it, and that's what it showed. The day that I picked him up.
Did you make any alterations to this picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Petitioner would move to introduce Petitioner's Exhibit A into evidence.
No objections, Judge.
Without objection. To introduce into evidence. Go ahead, sir.
Throughout your marriage, what kinds of responsibilities did you take care of on behalf of the children on a regular basis?
I made sure that my kids were clothed very well. They're clean. I washed, I fed them, I bathed them, I put them to bed, and I took them to the doctor's appointment when they needed a doctor's appointment, or to the emergency room when they needed to go to the emergency room. I've taken them to birthday parties. I've taken Danielle to her writing lesson just as well as Jamie has. Anywhere that my kids needed to go, I take them. That's pretty much what I do.
Did your husband share 50% of those responsibilities while you two were married?
No, sir.
What exactly did he do when he came home?
He come home when he was working. He would visit with the kids, go outside, do the chores of taking care of the animals. Sometimes he would cook or he would cook himself. But every once in a while, he would help as far as giving kids baths. But as far as that, I did majority of it.
And since he lost his job back in February, did he share 50% of the responsibilities concerning the children?
When he lost his job and I got to the point where he should be doing more, I would get upset. And that's when he would help me do laundry, help me clean the house. He would do those things. But it had to be the point where I was upset about him not helping because I was working at the school and I was coming home trying to do all that.
Were you working and also maintaining full responsibility over the children as well?
I tried to, yeah.
And do you feel that it's in the best interest for you to continue being the primary caretaker of the children?
Yes, sir. I do believe that is the best interest of my children.
Are you what's provided stability for the children?
Yes, I am.
No further questions.
Judge, I don't have anything further from this witness. I think at this point, the court just needs to talk to the two older children, and I think the court has everything the court needs.
Judge, I don't know if Mr. Mr. Ramirez is resting, but I'd like to have an opportunity to call my witnesses.
I'm not going to call any more witnesses for purposes of a temporary orders hearing, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. Lopez, are your witnesses someone I would need to hear from before I spoke to the children?
Judge, one of my witnesses is Cheryl Roberts, who lives in the home with my client and the children. Cheryl Roberts is actually the primary for one of the children, the oldest one, which here's my issue. The oldest child, I believe Medina County has jurisdiction over that child. I don't believe that child is properly before the court today. So
that child is not on the style of the case, so I don't know.
So I don't believe that's a child that you should be speaking with today. The 12-year-old Danielle is the one that the court does have jurisdiction to be able to hear from.
And Your Honor, I think the court can hear from both of them because as both parties have indicated, Taryn has come back and been living with them since December. And I know that Cheryl Roberts has not testified, but unless her story is going to change, she indicated that she would sign whatever papers she needs to rescind those Medina County orders so that the child is back with mom and dad, which is where he's been for almost a year now anyway. So I think that they have relevant information for the court to take into consideration.
All right, go ahead and call your witness, Ms. Cheryl Johnson, or Cheryl Roberts. Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Can you please state your name?
It's Cheryl Lynn Roberts.
And how are you related to the children that are the subject of this case?
I am their grandmother.
And how often have you been around them?
Every day for the almost last month or so, but other than that, all the time. There was a few times there that when I had Taryn for like 4 years, there wasn't much going back and forth because of the problems we were all having with each other.
Okay, and you are a managing conservator for Taryn, the oldest child, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that case is pending in Medina?
Yes, sir.
It's not pending, Your Honor. That case has been closed out for well over a year.
Oh, okay, but that's the...
Yes, Mr. Ramirez was my attorney on that case.
That's true.
Okay, but let me ask, that's the court with continuing jurisdiction? Is everyone in agreement of that?
On that child, that is correct.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Lopez.
Sure. Have you been around Christy Keller and the children?
Do what now?
Have you been around Christy Keller and the children?
Oh, yes.
And what kind of mother is she?
She's a good mother.
Do you feel that she's been
doing very well with the children?
do you feel that she's been the primary caretaker in the marriage between her and Mr. James Keller?
Yes, I do.
And concerning Taryn, the oldest, now that Ms. Keller is living in the same household that he is, do you feel it's in the best interest for him to remain with her?
Yes, I do. Okay. I sent Taryn back last Christmas and he was doing so well, and he has anger issues and the problems seem to be doing fine. He got to where, Nana, can I stay a little longer, a little longer? So I thought, you know, let's just try it. Let him go back home for a while. If everything's okay, then he can stay. If there's any problems and it's not a problem, we just bring him back to my house. If I had known all this was going on, he would have never gone back home, because that child has got to have structure. He's got to have someone there that's not going to ride him, scream at him, but can help him. If he gets mad, they've got to be able to let him go to his room and calm down. Or he can have some major anger issues. I've been with him as a psychologist, all different things. So with Taryn, as far as me signing papers away or anything, that is something I'm not going to say yes to right now. It depends on where he's going to be and who I feel like at the time. I need to see what's going to go on here and where Taryn's going to be the happiest and where he's going to have the most structure, because that's my primary care and always has been with Taryn since he was a year old. Well, the day he was born.
Okay. And concerning the other children, do you feel that it's in their best interest for them to remain with Ms. Keller?
I think so, mainly because if she does get a job, the kids are in school. My husband and I are both retired. We live right here in Divine. We're capable of taking them, picking them up, or whatever that we need to do. And when she needs to get a job, she has a chance she can work. And at this point, if his mom now goes, James's mother, Angela, now works during the days. But if she's working days and then James gets a job, who's going to watch little James?
Do you feel
There's
that
questions there.
Do you feel that Mr. Keller can provide the same type of structured environment that Ms. Keller provides?
On his own?
Yes.
I don't think so. I'm sorry, but I don't think so. He's a good dad. Don't get me wrong. He's really a good guy. He's a good dad. But as far as all four of them and having them by himself, I don't think so.
And why is that?
I don't think that scholastically he would be able to help the children as much as the kind of help they're getting over here now. Not to say that we're the brightest people, but we do all section off and help them. It's okay. It takes a village to raise a family of kids, is how I'm going to look at it right this moment. And I don't know how much help James is going to have other than in the evening when everybody would be home then.
Okay, no further questions.
If he gets a job, who's going to take care of the kids during the day? Mama's working. He's not, or he is. There's a lot of scenarios, which that's the way with anybody's life. There's going to be something like that going on.
No further questions.
Mr. Ramirez? Mr. Roberts, very briefly, and I was your lawyer in the case with Taryn, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which kind of makes this a weird situation, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah, well, just a couple of really quick things. By the way, you look great.
Thank you.
But with respect to your 2-year-old James being with his father, James, if James was to get work and Christy was to get work, they could either get a babysitter through a daycare system like Little Red Rooster or whatever they have in Divine, or they could simply work something out with you where you be the one that provides if that's what you chose to do. But there are options, correct?
Yes, there are. In this day and time right now, the option would be, if James would agree, would be here at my house. We don't have to worry about COVID. We don't have to anybody paying me.
Right.
I do a grandma thing.
So there are plenty of options for James and Christy to find daycare if daycare is needed, starting with family and then working out from there.
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that James is a good man and a good dad. Christy said the same thing. when Taryn loses his temper, and he's had this problem since he was very little, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when he loses his temper, which parent is best apt? Which one is better able to control him?
His mother.
Okay, so if he says,
And that's just been a proven fact.
okay, so if Taryn was to say that his dad does a better job with him, you would dispute that?
No, I'm not going to say that because I've seen it in person where they egg him on. So no.
All right, Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Lopez?
No further questions from this witness.
Okay, is this a good time to meet with the children?
Judge, I just have one other witness, and it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. I'd like to call Mr. Jerry Garrett.
And who is that, if you don't mind me asking?
He is a friend of the family.
Your Honor, for temporary orders in the limited time that the court provides, I don't know that having to go now, and I would have been calling family friends too. But I know the court's 60-minute rule, and I know that we don't have time to do that. Generally, it's just the parties and then the children. So I'm going to object to anybody else. I didn't call anybody else for this reason.
All right, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, it's just going to be brief. He's witnessed both parents.
I could have done the same thing, Your Honor, with people that have witnessed both parents that are going to testify in my client's favor.
Well, I'm going to go and speak with the children right now. So, Mr. Ramirez, they're at your office?
They're in my waiting room, Your Honor. I can either bring them up to where my office is and I'll get out of my office. I'll go downstairs. They'll be upstairs. Or I can put them in my conference room and leave them in there, and then we'll just move somewhere else. Whatever the court wants me to do.
All right. Why don't we put them in your conference room, and is your conference room online?
My conference room is, yeah, it's where Mr. Keller's at now. I'm going to move him up to my office. I'm upstairs, they're downstairs.
Okay.
I'll move Mr. Keller up here next to me. You'll see both of us together.
Okay, if you would do that, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Riley to give a breakout room for both of Lachey's boxes and my box and the one that says James Keller.
Correct.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna try and put y'all in breakout room 4.
Hey, James, you come up to my office upstairs. Come on, wake up, lady. Hello, come on. Okay, the two of you are going to be right here. That's a court reporter. No, you'll just have a sit right there. No, you'll see the judge. He's a nice man. The two of you sit down there. You're going to be alone. I'm going to close this door. It may sit. Did you already try and put these kids in the breakout room?
I'm trying it right now.
Okay.
Yes, it says
I'm doing it right now.
That's the judge.
Breakout room
He's a
4.
nice man. Okay, hang on.
Probably going to need to move your cursor down to breakout rooms or more.
James Keller accepted. Okay, and Lachey, I sent it to you as well.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm back and my client is now up here with me, as the court can see.
The judge is in breakout room 4 already.
Even better. So just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. All right, Mr. Ramirez.
Give me a moment, Judge.
Oh, go ahead.
Your Honor, and while we're giving her a moment, does the court wish me to keep my client with me or put him back down where he was?
Down where he was is fine. The children were unable to exit the breakout room, so that they're still in the breakout room, and I thought that was probably better.
I'll solve that. Come on, let me get you back down.
I'm ready, Judge, when you are.
Okay, let's wait for Mr. Ramirez. Okay. I spoke to the children. They're very, very polite, well-spoken young men and young woman. And they're very fond of both their parents.
Okay, Judge.
Let me ask, just for argument and for what exactly it is that each side is asking to have happen.
Your Honor, I know that my client's entitled to an extended possession order, and being the father that he is with the undisputed testimony you've heard, that would be to me the absolute worst case scenario for him, since those are the minimum contacts by code. But I believe that these children want to be with their father as much as they want to be with their mother, if not more so. And I believe that the evidence before the court is clear that my client can do the job of providing for these kids as much as mom can. And I'm asking the court for temporary orders to allow the parties to have a 50-50 schedule, whether it be a 2-2-3 schedule, where, you know, he gets Monday, Tuesday, she gets Wednesday, Thursday, or vice versa, and they alternate weekends and holidays, or whether it's a week on, week off. I think the 2-2-3 works better. They're close enough in proximity that shouldn't be a problem, where the children never are going to really be very far away from either parent as far as time or distance. That's what I'm asking for. That's what I think is best for purposes of temporary orders only.
Right. Mr. Lopez?
Sure. Judge, Mr. Keller has not provided for his family like he's supposed to. He hasn't provided any child support whatsoever. It's time for him to get a job and start providing for his children. If he was really the great father that he claims he is, he would have provided something. Coming into court and providing zero is unacceptable. Especially with a child of the age of 2, I think that it's very clear that the mother is the best place for the children to be with. She's been the primary caretaker for all the children, for all their lives. And I think for stability's sake, for the sake of their education continuing, I think it's the best interest of the children for them to remain with her and for Mr. Keller to have a standard possession order. And I say standard possession order hesitantly because there's a 2-year-old and he hasn't really shown that he's able and capable of taking care of that 2-year-old on his own without any incidents. So that's what I would be requesting.
And as my brief rebuttal, Your Honor, there's been no testimony that my client has not been able to handle anything regarding that 2-year-old or any other child that's in this matter, not in the testimony before the court today. And my client, as a minimum standard, can choose either the possession or the extended one. And if the court sees fit not to do the 50-50 arrangement, which is what we think is best for the children, then at a minimum, we're requesting the extended possession order.
Okay. And let me ask, what is the plan for the children's schooling? Are they going to continue in the school where they are now? Are they going to go back to this Alpha place or?
Your Honor, I believe the parties are probably going to end up putting those children in the public school setting in Divine ISD. That's probably going to be the cheaper route for them because the Alpha Omega costs money, which apparently neither of these parties have. And so I think that the public school setting is going to be the best school for them at this point. Obviously, they can do what they want as parents, but I think that's what they're looking at.
All right, Mr. Lopez, are you in agreement?
Well, I'd like to have my client, Ms. Keller, answer that. She can probably provide greater accuracy on that. Ms. Keller?
Yes, sir.
The plans for the children's schooling?
Yes, I would like to keep them in public schooling because that is the best for them. Because financially, we cannot afford to put them back in Alpha Omega.
Okay. And let me ask you to ask your clients, each of you, start with Mr. Ramirez because he's the petitioner, how much involvement they've had with the children's teachers since they moved to Divine Schools?
I cannot answer that question, Your Honor.
Right, if you could ask your client that.
Okay, James, are you there? You'll need to unmute. James.
Okay.
There we go. So are you unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So the question is, how much involvement have you had, if any, with the teachers at Divine ISD since the children have started going to school there?
At this time, I have not had an opportunity to speak with or meet with any of my children's teachers at the school.
And how long have they been at the Divine ISD school now?
A couple of weeks, I believe.
Okay, yeah, it hasn't been that long, right? They just recently got out of
No.
Alpha
Yeah.
Omega? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lopez, do you want to ask your client about that?
Sure. Ms. Keller, what has your involvement been in the children's school, current school?
I did enroll them all three in school. The two older ones, Taryn and Danielle, started on November the 2nd. I have been in contact with the counseling and their vice principal because Taryn has a 504 meeting coming up, which I just got the letter. On December the 2nd, he'll have a meeting, so we will discuss what needs to happen with him. Melissa, the little one, 5-year-old, she just started on the 17th of November for Head Start. I had to go through a lot of income and to make sure to see if she was eligible to start and go to school there. So that is why she didn't start until the 17th of this month.
And what about your involvement with the teachers?
I have not, well, I have had to get involved as far as email, one of Danielle's science teacher, because of they're having to do things online as well as at school for face-to-face. And I was not sure how to get on and do a lot of that stuff, so I had to email her teacher on that. That is the only involvement I've had since the kids have started.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anything else from either side?
No, sir, not for temporary orders.
Judge, there were other character witnesses that were available to testify if the court cares to take those up.
All right, we're in about the 70th minute of our 60-minute hearing now. So this is just temporary orders. The case has been on file for several weeks already, I believe. I will find I have jurisdiction to hear the case. I'll appoint the parties joint managing conservators. I will allow Christy Keller to establish the residence of the children, but I will allow James Keller the extended visitation or extended possession order with the children. And I'll ask the attorneys, what are you wanting to do about child support? We didn't discuss that. Is that something you want to discuss offline? I mean, in a breakout room or?
Well, Your Honor, he's not working at this point other than the occasional side job, so he's not going to meet the minimum wage standard. So we would request that it be set at minimum wage until he can get some better work. I think that's what the family code requires.
And Judge, I don't have any information about its income. So because of that, I'd request minimum wage.
All right, I'll set that at minimum wage for 3 children. Since technically Taryn is not in front of me right now. All right, so do you want a entry date? Is that something that you already have drafted out? How do you want to do that?
Yeah, if the court would give us an entry date, let's say middle of December, I would expect that Mr. Lopez and I can probably have an order exchanged probably next week. I would hope. And we shouldn't need the date, but sometime maybe the second week of December.
All right. Does that sound reasonable to you, sir?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, is anyone, well, this is Frio County. Okay, I'm sorry.
There's a Frio County date on 12/17, Judge, if you want to go that far out. But
I don't want to go that far out, Your Honor, because I'm going to be on an airplane on the way to Vail.
Oh, okay.
12/10 or 12/8?
12/10, 12/8?
I'm good.
All right, I hope you get that resolved with Al, but if we need to have a entry hearing, I'll put 12/8 entry date. If you get it resolved interim, please just submit that through the e-file system or email it to the district clerk and I'll sign off on
And just for clarification, Mr. Ramirez is going to be drafting the orders?
it. I believe so, yes.
I'll do it. Okay, Your Honor, is there anything else?
That's it. The two of you are excused. We're going to take a brief break.
Thank you, Judge.
Search warrant, and then we'll be back at 3:45 and we'll start up on the Romero case. All right, and Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, I thought I was down to one case. You and Ms. Hinojosa still need a hearing also.
Yes, Judge.
We're still here, Judge.
All right, I'm sorry. All right.
That's all right.
I don't see Mr. Roberts. Yep. Okay. All right.
I will have my office contact him, Judge. He was still on breakout room. There he is.
He's back. Mr. Roberts, are you available? Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge.
All right. All right. Let me ask Ms. Rodriguez. Okay, so I guess in the matter of the marriage of Romero, I think Mr. Roberts' announcement is not ready.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. We're going to proceed just very briefly on the motion to reconsider. And I asked Ms. Rodriguez, what is it exactly that was ordered last time that you want to have changed?
Yes, Your Honor. Sylvia Rodriguez on behalf of Freddie Romero Jr., Your Honor. We are the respondents and we are also the counter petitioners. What I have asked on my motion to reconsider is for this court to name a different primary conservator. There are drug results that have come in, and it's our contention that is those positives indicate that the child's current environment with Ms. Romero is a dangerous environment. It's not conducive to her welfare and well-being. It's to the contrary, and that it will affect her physical and psychological and emotional welfare and well-being. So we do want to have change as to who has the right to designate the primary residence of this young 7-year-old child. And if I may, Judge, he will, my client's proposal is that he will continue. He was ordered to pay $199.19. He will, as child support, he will continue to pay that, even if this court awards him the right to establish the primary residence of the child. He was also asked to pay half of the private school tuition. He will agree to continue to do that. And he will agree likewise to drive the child to school Monday through Friday so that she can remain in the same school environment, which is with the Tree of Life Learning School. It's a private Christian school. He will continue to drive her and make sure that she attends school on a regular basis.
Okay, and Mr. Roberts, you're asking that there not be any changes made? Breaking up.
I'll tell you why.
Mr. Roberts, we couldn't hear any of that.
These drug tests are not the same. Let me get it closer to me, Judge. Was that better now?
Yes.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
These drug tests that Ms. Rodriguez is talking about are not the same. My client went to take the drug test. She was told by the people that took the test that she had to give a sample of her fingernails, which she did, and that they took all of the nail polish off, and that she had to give a sample of her toenails, which she did. That is what I understood you said for us to do. That may not be what Mr. Rodriguez asked for, but that's what I understood you told us to do. When Mr. Romero went there, the drug testing people, I called them and talked to them. And they only took his fingernails. They did not take any of his toenails. And he told them that he had clipped his toenails so he couldn't give any, clipped them the night before. That's what he told the drug test people. I don't know for sure that he did that. I'm not saying that for the truth, but that's what the lady at the drug test thing told me. So when you look at the test, they're just not the same test. So it's not really fair to measure apples against oranges. His test says nail clippings and shavings tested up to 6 months time frame. They were only fingernails. When you get to Samantha's, she went in there and the lady told her that it was poor.
You're breaking up, sir. Mr. Roberts, we can't hear anything. You're muted right now. Mr. Roberts, you're muted and we can't hear anything.
Judge, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, the last we heard was that somebody went in there. I think it was
Samantha, when Samantha went, my client went to test. They told her that she had to give fingernails and toenails. They cleaned her fingernails, took all the polish off of them, and then took her toenails. And the test results that Ms. Rodriguez has offered show that on Samantha's that they took fingernail clippings and toenail clippings tested. It says approximately 30 days time frame, up to 12 months prior to collection. So they got twice as much results from Samantha as they got from Mr. Romero. Also, Judge, Mr. Romero and Ms. Rodriguez have just said that he would bring the child back and forth. It's my understanding that he does not have a valid Texas driver's license at this time. I don't think he does. I don't know, but I don't think these drug tests are the same. Here's what happened. He took
okay, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go and try and sign on to something. I may have to get off of this Zoom meeting. I will be right back. I will ask the attorneys if you can text back and forth about a driver's license in the meantime, because Mr. Prince and the other side are still waiting. So give me a moment to try and sign on to something else on Zoom.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, can I have a moment to likewise response to Mr. Roberts' claims or hearsay?
I think it's like
Okay, I went and looked at the Zoom copy from the 22nd of October, and I ordered drug testing. I ordered nail testing. I discussed that fingernails could be used, fingernail testing. And I discussed that if it was fingernails were too short, that you should use toenails, but I didn't see where I specifically ordered toenail testing. And if that's what I got on one side, or was it just toenail on Samantha Romero, or was it both?
My understanding, Judge, that you had ordered fingernail clippings testing. My understanding from speaking with Fastest West or Labs in San Antonio, they indicated to me that if you did not have enough nails, that then they had no other option but to take some some toenails as well. That's why, if you'll recall, Your Honor, I asked that you instruct the parties not to do anything to their nails so they could have that done. Mr. Roberts is correct. I just looked at his testing again. It does appear that on his client, they did his fingernail clippings and toenail clippings tested. And on my client, it says nail clippings and shavings tested. Why it got done that way, I don't know, Judge. I know that when I spoke to him, I told him I wanted fingernails because that's what you had instructed.
Well, when I listened to it, what was discussed, it was fingernails, and with the caveat that if fingernails were too short, that they should do toenails. Now, I thought I directed that actually at Mr. Romero, because men, especially men who work with their hands, often have their fingernails trimmed very short.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
That was
Mr.
my
Roberts,
understanding.
you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Judge, I believe if you'll ask Mr. Romero, he trimmed his toenails the night before he went up there, so he couldn't have his toenails checked. I understood you to say do both, but I may have misunderstood you. I don't know. But when my client got there, they paid for the thing. And when my client got there, they said she had to do both. And you'll see on the test that it goes back a lot further when you do the toenail clipping too.
And Your Honor, I instructed
So they're
them
not
to
the
do.
same.
I asked them to do fingernails, Judge, because that is what Your Honor ordered. And my understanding is that even the proposed order said fingernails. And I'm pulling a copy of that, Judge.
All right, well, again, I just went back and watched, and what I watched online said fingernails, and Mr. Roberts was concerned they're both ordered to do the same. Yes, but I said fingernails, and then, and I asked, can't they use toenails if the fingernails are too short? So, are you going to ask Mr. Roberts for Mr. Romero to take a toenail clipping, or?
Yes, absolutely, Judge. Right now, as soon as possible.
Okay.
I think that will be fair. And we have just done another drug test because he showed up with one in the stuff we sent us Thursday. We just did another drug test with the instant drug testing, and she's clean too. I know you don't want to hear that. Ms. Rodriguez is laughing like it's funny. It's not very funny to me. None of this is very funny to me.
All right. All right. And that was a CPS test?
Sir?
That was a CPS test?
No, this is the same people that did the CPS test. We haven't been able to get it yet. This is one we did ourselves today just to satisfy ourselves. But let me say one more thing, Judge, that's important here. Mr. Romero took the test that was done on Samantha and took it to CPS. He didn't take his test that showed positive also for marijuana. He didn't take that over there. He just took ours. The instructions on it were it was absolutely confidential. We didn't know. They took it over there. The CPS contacted our client, and after that, they left the children with our lady. So I think that's a strong presumption.
All right. And what did we figure out about whether or not Mr. Romero has a driver's license?
Your Honor, he indicates that he does not have a license right now because of tickets. He has been trying to make arrangements, but every time he shows up to pick his child, it's with his mother, which is the child's grandmother, or I think one of his girlfriend, his current girlfriend, Judge. So that's what he's done every time he's shown up.
I believe it's his dad every time, Judge, as far as we understand.
Well, dad or mom, they're gonna help.
All right, and they have valid driver's licenses?
Yes, Your Honor, they do.
Okay. All right. I will switch the conservator who can establish the residence of the child to Mr. Romero, but I will allow Samantha Romero to have the extended visitation. I'll leave child support as it is for right now. And this will be conditioned that by not later than next Friday, Mr. Romero takes and pays for a toenail test and makes those available, the results of that available to both attorneys.
Could I say one other thing, Judge?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Very briefly.
Judge, Mr. Rodriguez is basing this modification on section 156.006 of the Family Code. And I don't believe that there's been any showing because the child's present circumstances would significantly impair the child's physical health or emotional development.
All right, Mr. Roberts, I believe that's only when you have a permanent order and you're trying to change a permanent order with temporary orders. I agree with you, that's the standard. I don't believe that's the standard when you're trying to change temporary orders with more different temporary orders.
It seems that way from my reading, Judge, but I could be wrong.
All right, I'll let you submit a brief on that issue if you feel you need to. Do we need a entry date?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay, how far off?
I can get it done before the end of the week, Your Honor. You want to do November 30th for entry?
Can we have the drug test, the toenail test by then too, Judge?
I said by next Friday. I gave him that long last time. So, okay, we'll make this the 30th for entry. Now, this is Thanksgiving. Is that going to give Mr. Roberts time to look at it, or should we wait till later in the week?
Whatever you prefer, Judge, and whatever you prefer. If you want longer, I'm good with that as well.
And Mr. Roberts?
Probably it's difficult to do it by the 30th, Judge, but I'll do the best I can.
Okay.
If we can do it whenever it suits the court.
And then, Judge, just for clarification purposes, will the switch in conservatorship start on Monday? Because the child is spending Thanksgiving with Ms. Romero.
Okay, it'll start after the order is signed. So let's set this for
30th.
December 1st.
When,
That'll give
Judge?
Mr. Robert a business day. It'll be a special setting only if you're not able to come to an agreement. And
okay.
And when is, we're going to use this same drug testing company for the toenails, Judge?
yes, that's, unless there's a suggestion, do something else.
And when does that have to be done by?
Next Friday.
By next Friday.
Next Friday. Okay.
And then, so I'll calendar, Your Honor, special setting for December 1st. Is that correct?
Yes, only if
Okay, on entry?
we're able to come to an agreement.
Okay.
That's the end of the order, correct, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. And we'll start conservatorship on that way, that day as well.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Nothing further might be excused, Judge?
Yes, you're both
From my
excused.
client? Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Prince, Ms. Hinojosa, I've been sent a bunch of documents in chat.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I sent you the order establishing the parent-child relationship, and then my current motion to enforce for possession of access and motion to modify.
Okay. And what part do we need to have temporary orders on, or is this?
The temporary orders just address daily communication between the non-possessory parent and also a change in the location of the transfer of the child. The respondent has moved since the entry of the last order.
All right, and Ms. Hinojosa, are you prepared to go forward on both, on those? Not on the enforcement, but on the motion to change?
And if they appeared at that docket, then,
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, I have filed a counter petition to modify the order as well for child support. And I completely apologize for not knowing what this court's, I don't normally practice here, their procedures. I assume since I was replying to Mr.
Go ahead.
Mr. Prince's modification that we could just piggyback onto that setting to establish just child support. But with speaking to him earlier, I don't believe that he is in agreement to do that. And so with regards to, if that is the case, I would be asking if the modifications could all be heard together. I do believe that the court does require, not require, but encourages mediation. And I think that we could get some of the stuff resolved there. But I think that naturally is one of Mr. Prince's issues with regards to going forward on the modification that I have filed.
Okay, and when was all this filed? Just recently?
Yeah, my modification, Judge, was filed November 10th. You just recently was served.
Your Honor, I filed both of my motions on September the 1st, but we were unable to locate Ms. Hernandez, and we finally had her served on October the 31st. My client has not seen his child for 14 months. So, but we just got her served.
Okay. All right, well, we'll go forward on the temporary orders on what is changing where the communication and where the parties are exchanging the child.
Yes, sir.
And then we can have to get dates for the rest of it. Because again, it's 4:15 now, we'll keep going, but we're not going to have time to have the whole thing on the merits right now, or almost on the merits of everything on temporary orders.
Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor, I felt I understand, of course, and I understand what the court is saying, but I felt the motion for enforcement was much more critical because, again, my client has not seen his child for 14 months, nor he'd only had communication with him within the last week. So up until last week, he had no communication with him. He has gone each and every time for his visits, and that is alleged in my motion for enforcement. So I understand the court's position. However, I would ask, because of that.
Mr. Prince, I thought that's what you were asking to do. I'm sorry. You're asking
No.
for enforcement right now. Okay.
Well, yes, sir. Or again, if the court could just, if the court needs more time or does not want to go today, then if the court could just address the issue of having contact with my client and his son until we come back to court again, Judge. That's the main thing. He hadn't seen him. He missed last Thanksgiving, he missed last Christmas, he missed last spring break, and he missed the child's birthday, and he missed Father's Day. So if the court could just grant us some access to the child pending another court date, then that's fine.
And Judge, if I may, I'm sorry. My client doesn't have an issue with the electronic communication as long as it's a mutual one to where the parties can communicate, with the child every day. I think what they have been using is like a Google Duo, like a FaceTime. But if we can just limit to what that time period is, maybe 7 to 7:30, where it's mutual, because at some point in time, Mr. Ramos will have his visits, and my client would like to also have the ability to electronic communication. So I don't think that's an issue. I think one of the issues that Mr. Prince and I had is the parties prior to today had discussed an exchange location in Schulenburg, I believe is where it's at. And this morning it was told that that's no longer the agreement. They wanted it at Flatonia. So Schulenburg is actually the midpoint for both parties.
All right. I need to go and get another legal pad. I just ran out of this one. I shall return. And when I return, I'm also going to want to know why Mr. Ramos shouldn't be immediately receiving whatever period of possession he's supposed to be having under whatever orders are in place. And I'll be back in just a moment.
What? And we're wrapping it up on this one last one. I'm gonna find out what happened on this one case too. So he took a break to go and get something.
Okay, I'm back. All right, and let me ask the attorneys, what, do I have a copy of the previous order? Was that part of what I'd been sent was?
Yes, sir. I sent you a certified copy of the order establishing the parent-child relationship that was dated January 28, 2019.
Let me look at that. And how old is the child?
He will be 6 in December.
And there's an allegation that the mother has moved to, I take it, Houston or somewhere or near there?
Yes, sir. At the time of the hearing in 2019, she was living in Pearsall. At some point, without any notice to Mr. Ramos, she moved. We found her in Houston recently, but she now lives in Houston.
Yes, Judge, and per the order, there was no geographical restrictions for the child.
Okay. All right, and so what exactly are you going to be asking for today, Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, up until September of 2019, my client had been having regular access with his child. Things went south in September of 2019, and since then, he was denied his Thanksgiving visit last year, which was his. He was denied the second half of Christmas last year, which was his. He was denied seeing the child on the child's birthday, which is December the 24th. My client was denied spring break last year, which was my client's. He was denied Father's Day, and he was denied his extended period of possession. So they recently, once she got served, once the respondent got served, they did a Google chat together. So what we are asking is that Mr. Ramos have the child for Thanksgiving this year. And then he can have for that from until I think Tuesday, I believe it's tomorrow, the 25th. From the 25th until the Sunday after Thanksgiving, and then hopefully we can get a court date soon after that. But other than that, he has gone each and every time for his designated periods of possession. And we have police reports certified to indicate that. He has sent letters asking for his summer visitation. He has gone to the Bexar County Domestic Dispute Resolution Center seeking mediation, and he has had zero contact with his child until a week ago after the mother was served. So we would just like to have immediate possession of the child for the Thanksgiving holidays and then come to hopefully have a court hearing right after that.
And Judge, if I may respond?
Yes.
And Judge, it's my client's contention that that he hasn't attempted to exercise periods of possessions as outlined in their motion for enforcement, possession, and access. Particularly during, much of the time period, Mr. Ramos didn't attempt to exercise those periods of possession. And that naturally is one of the reasons why we would like to have the enforcement heard. she has no issue with, just as in their communications with the duo, him having access with the child, and she understands that that's going to happen. It's just the enforcement issues to where she doesn't believe that he attempted to exercise each and every 121 violations that they've outlined in their petition.
And if I may, you can.
Asserting that none of them did Mr. Ramos attempt to exercise?
I do believe that, I mean, as far as if we have to go forward in a hearing, yes, Judge, she has information that she believes will disprove that he attempted to exercise all of his periods of possession.
That's not my question. Is it that is it her position that he did not attempt to exercise any of his periods of possession?
Judge, I don't necessarily know from all of the 121 violations. There is some issues with regards to some of them as pled. And so is she saying that he, was she there, for each 121 violations? I don't know that that's the issue, that she can say, yes or no, because some of those that are pled include like Saturdays and Sundays. So Judge, just to be honest, based on the pleadings that they have, no, she can't say that he didn't attempt to exercise any of those, because on some of those weren't his periods of possession.
If I may explain, Your Honor, as far as 121, you can divide that at least by 3, because each violation is, for example, if his period of possession was to start on October the 18th, we allege the 18th, 19th, and 20th. And we also allege for the period of spring break, we allege the full 10 days. So it's probably closer to really 40 or so violations. But what's unique here is that Mr. Ramos will testify that he went from October the 19th of 2019 up until he did a wellness check in September of 2020, and he was informed by a police officer in Pearsall that nobody no longer lived at the house. He went each and every time at 6 o'clock on the designated day to pick up his child. On April the 3rd, when he went to Pearsall, after he'd gone so many times, respondent called the police and filed a criminal trespass charge. So he was given a criminal trespass notice, and after that, he continued to go, but each time he contacted the police department and he was escorted each time. I have certified police reports regarding the criminal trespass charge, and I have certified police reports for at least 8 of the visits that Mr. Ramos went. Like I said, he went each time. Even though she was denying him access, he went each and every time that was supposed to be his period of possession. And in addition to that, without any communication from the respondent, he attempted to get a mediation done through the Bexar County Dispute Resolution Center. That did not go through. I have documentation showing that. That did not go through because Ms. Hernandez did not respond.
Okay. All right. I don't know how else to put this, but I still don't know what I'm getting an answer that I understand. Ms. Emma, is it your client's position that there was never a time that Mr. Ramos showed up for possession of the child as he was required to do under the orders, that he did not get the child?
I think that there is some time periods that.
I'm not asking about some. I'm asking, okay, is this, I want to get a straight answer. Is this how many times did your client violate the rules case? Or is it a did your client violate the rules at all case?
Well, Judge, and with all due respect, sir, I think that that's part of one of the reasons why that she would like to have this hearing, to be able to have her right to put on evidence that she believes would show the court that she doesn't believe that those periods of possession were valid violations.
All right, Mr. Prince, your first witness.
John Ramos.
All right, I'm going to ask both the parties to raise their right hands. Each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I couldn't hear anything from the respondent.
I do.
All right. All right, and your name, sir?
My name is John Andrew Ramos.
And your name, man?
Consuelo Hernandez.
I can't hear you.
Consuelo Hernandez.
And Judge,
All right.
if she's in the office with me, so I don't know if it's okay for me to have her closer, but then I get kind of cut out of the video.
All right, as long as I can hear you both. All right, go ahead, Mr. Prince.
Mr. Ramos, are you the father of Yeshua Hernandez?
Yes, Yeshua Hernandez Ramos, I am.
And who was the?
I'm sorry, Judge. Judge, if I could, I'd like to object to any other testimony elicited with regards to violations that do not comply with Texas Family Code 157.002C, as well as 157.002A1. So the violations that have been alleged in Mr. Prince's pleadings do not specify the location nor the time period of any of these violations.
Mr. Prince?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Well, what's your response to the objection?
I believe I meet the requirements, Your Honor. I believe I state with sufficiency the period of time that Mr. Ramos was denied possession.
And Judge, I believe if you look at the violations, they include a date, and per 157.002C, a motion for enforcement of the terms of and conditions of conservatorship or possession of or access to the child must include the date, place, and if applicable, the time of each occasion of the respondent's failure to comply with the order. Based on Mr. Prince's violations, they do not include the time nor the place for any of the violations that he's included in his motion.
Okay. I'll sustain that objection. I will reset this to give Mr. Prince a chance to amend his petition. And I will, on my own motion, enter temporary orders. Where do you live, Mr. Ramos?
I live in Von Army, Texas, Your Honor.
And I will give this Thanksgiving to Mr. Ramos, and I will order the respondent, Ms. Hernandez, to both deliver the child to his residence and pick the child up. And then when do we need to have this set for to give a chance to amend his petition and serve that on the respondent?
I'm available at the court's discretion, Your Honor.
Okay, well, you're going to have to get that served, and then we need motion for
Your Honor, may I work on my paperwork, and I will contact the court coordinator to check out a time before I have it served on the respondent.
Okay, and who wants to type up the temporary orders I've entered this afternoon?
I will do that, Your Honor.
Okay, and do you want to do that right now, or do you want to set this for entry tomorrow so that we make sure that it's done well before the Thanksgiving holiday starts?
If we could set this for entry tomorrow, Your Honor, that would be fine.
All right, I will set this for entry at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you have it resolved before then, just no one needs to appear, just e-file the order that's agreed to in form.
All right, Your Honor, may I ask when the child is to be delivered to Mr. Ramos?
By noon. Is the child in school?
I believe he is homeschooled, Your Honor.
Okay, by noon on Wednesday.
And returned?
Let's make it, it's all the way to Houston. This is a young child. Let's make it noon on Sunday. So he's not getting home very late.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I missed it. When was the delivery time?
Noon on Wednesday, return noon on Sunday.
And Your Honor, after that, and until our next court hearing, may we have some sort of communication with the child on a either daily or every other day basis?
Yes, I'll ask the attorneys to, I'm sorry?
my client has agreed to that. Like I said, if we can just set a time period, so it's not, anything random, maybe 7 to 7:30. The child is, not very old, so I don't know how long he's going to be willing to stay on it, but my client didn't have an issue with that.
All right, that sounds appropriate.
And we understand that, Your Honor. May we also ask that the child, that the parent not be with the child when the child is conferring with the other parent, or is visiting with the other parent? The one visit that we had, the mother was sitting there the whole time. May we have the communication?
I'm not going to put that in the first temporary orders. If you want to record things and think you're finding interference and show that whichever judge you wind up in front of, you're welcome to do that.
Yes, sir. May I ask Ms. Hinojosa if we can chat after we're done here so that we can work out some of these details?
Sure. I
can call.
Have myself. Okay.
I can call.
Okay. All right. Then you're excused, and I'm going to go over this docket with the clerk's office or the coordinator's office.
Yes, please, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'll send y'all invite
you,
to
Honor.
the Zoom hearing for tomorrow, Mr. Prince and Ms. Hinojosa.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I'll send y'all the Zoom invite for tomorrow's hearing.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Did you need to go over the criminal docket too, Judge, or just the civil?
It's probably a little bit of both.
Okay, let me go get my criminal docket back from Jennifer, okay? Hold on one second, please.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Judge,
Yes,
am I done?
you are done.
Happy Thanksgiving, Lachey.
Oh, happy thanks. You're not going to be there tomorrow?
Maybe I am. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's a long day.
Alrighty.
Take care.
See you tomorrow.
All right. And Lori, can you end the Zoom broadcast?
Yes, let me see.
Broadcast?